Chapter 48. That night, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He poured the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bathtub, took off his clothes, and sat inside before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form, greedily absorbing the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the vital energy and blood in his body slowly strengthening, and his body was undergoing a transformation. When the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid was completely absorbed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. What's going on? I haven't been able to break through until now. Frowning, Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. In the past half-month, every time he absorbed the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, he could feel his body transforming. However, every time he felt like he was about to break through, he was unable to break through. Could it be related to the spirit serpent form's mental cultivation method? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Soon he obtained the answer, F***K. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. So it turned out that the madman Emperor Wu added something to the first form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, according to his theory. When the spirit serpent form is cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, the body alone possesses the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths is equivalent to a strength of 30,000 pounds. Duan Lingtian was currently at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and possessed a strength of 7,000 pounds. Compared to an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist, it was only 2,000 pounds more. At the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he possessed a strength of 30,000 pounds. An ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist only possessed a strength of 10,000 pounds. In other words, when he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength will be 3 times that of an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist can only possess such a formidable strength when they are at the 2nd level of the core formation stage by relying on their body and origin energy. No wonder I haven't been able to break through. So it's all because of the uniqueness of the spirit serpent form in the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It's precisely because of the spirit serpent form that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid has always been stimulating the potential of my fleshly body, and it laid the foundation for me to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. When will I be able to endure these days? Once he made it to the top, he would be really awesome. The next morning, as soon as he walked out of the room, Duan Lingtian found that his mother, Li Ro, had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Mother, is there any good news? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Tian, looks like you really need Kerr to protect you. Kerr broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage last night. Li Ro blinked her beautiful eyes and teased. Really? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Young master. At this moment, Kerr slowly walked out of her room. After a night, the slim and graceful young girl seemed to have added a bit of charm to her. Kerr, looks like I really need you to protect me in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled tenderly. Kerr's breakthrough was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. With the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and the thunder flame pill, with Kerr's natural talent, breaking through now wasn't surprising. After all, Frost's God sword technique wasn't as abnormal as the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian informed his mother, Li Ro, and left the Li family estate with Kerr. This time he planned to spend the night in the misty forest with Kerr and stay for a few days. Properly temper. If only I had discovered the uniqueness of the 9 dragons war sovereign techniques, spirit, serpent form earlier. To think that I even made a solemn vow yesterday to challenge Li Zhong to a battle during the clan martial meet half a month from now. On the way to the misty forest, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that he would definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet. At that time, in his opinion, breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage would allow him to possess a strength of close to 15,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the strength of 1.5 ancient mammoths. Compared to Li Zhong, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, it would only be a few thousand pounds less. If he could catch Li Zhong off guard, relying on the sword drawing arts, he might be able to defeat him. But now, the 9th level of the body tempering stage was far away. Even with the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, it would at least take close to half a year to accumulate enough strength for his body to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Don't be pretentious, or you'll be struck by lightning, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This time, he had really shot himself in the foot. Young master, what lightning strike? The young girl looked over curiously. No, nothing. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. Entering the misty forest this time was different from the last time. Everything seemed to be a walk in the park. They hunted wild beasts along the way. As the sun set in the west, Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived near the inner area of the misty forest. The wild beasts in this area were already extremely fierce. If it wasn't for Kerr breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to bring Kerr so deep into this area. Spirit serpent movement technique. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian moved like a spirit serpent. The violet meteorite flexible sword was like a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. Every time it flashed out, a wild beast would die. Rippling subtle steps. Compared to Duan Lingtian's strange movements, Kerr's movements were much more graceful. That night, Duan Lingtian and Kerr spent the night in the open in the misty forest. As a former outstanding weapon specialist, sleeping in the open was a common occurrence for Duan Lingtian. However, Kerr was a little different. She was restless until it was late at night. She listened to Duan Lingtian's story and fell asleep. Sitting on the trunk of a large tree and looking at the young girl sleeping soundly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Maybe this kind of life wasn't bad. Early in the morning the next day, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of noise. 7 people, 5 boys and 2 girls came from afar. These people weren't very old, only 17 or 18 years old. They also noticed Duan Lingtian and Kerr and were slightly surprised. They didn't expect that there would be people younger than them who dared to spend the night in the misty forest. Moreover, there were only 2 people. The gazes of the 5 youths fell on Kerr, revealing a burning gaze. When the 2 girls looked at Kerr, their eyes revealed a trace of jealousy. Should we ask them for help? When the 7 of them arrived near Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, a tall youth asked his companion, "Are you crazy? If there are 2 more people, wouldn't that mean we have to split 2 more portions? It's just a black python. If the 7 of us work together, it's more than enough to kill it." Another short and fat youth frowned. "That's right. If you're scared, you don't have to go. The 6 of us can split it." The girl with heavy makeup and revealing clothes also said. The tall youth was silent. The 7 people walked past Duan Lingtian and Kerr and headed in the other direction. Black python. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He searched through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. Black pythons were ferocious beasts that evolved from wild beasts. Their strength was comparable to a core formation martial artist. It was said that where black pythons lived, there would usually be treasures born from the spirit energy of heaven and earth, rare herbs, rare minerals, or spirit fruits. Kerr, let's follow them and take a look. With a burning desire in his heart, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr and followed the 7 people from afar. Before long, the 7 people entered the inner area of Misty Forest. The inner area of Misty Forest was shrouded in white mist all year round, causing the entire forest to seem like an enormous maze. After entering the inner area of Misty Forest, the silhouettes of the 7 people gradually became thinner. Shit, I lost them. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who continued walking forward, frowned. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud sound came from not far to the left. Duan Lingtian and Kerr quietly went over. They saw an enormous, multicolored tiger fighting with the 7 people from before in an open space. The multicolored tiger's body was enormous, far surpassing an ordinary wild tiger. Its strength was comparable to a first-level core formation martial artist, and it was extremely ferocious. 4 ninth-level body tempering martial artists. No wonder they dared to kill the black python. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes above the heads of the 3 youths and 1 young girl from afar, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In the end, with one of the 9th-level body tempering martial artists being injured as the price, the 7 of them finally killed the multicolored tiger. After collecting the valuable fur and parts from the multicolored tiger, the 7 of them continued forward. Duan Lingtian and Kerr followed from afar. Finally, in front of a secluded cave, the 7 of them stopped. The black python is inside. Duan Lingtian brought Kerr to hide in a nearby large tree and looked from afar. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw, amongst the 7 people, one of them threw a stone into the cave. Instantly, an enormous figure flashed out of the cave. It was precisely an enormous python that was completely black like ink. The black python was over 10 meters long. Its eyes were icy cold and sharp, and its tongue flicked out like lightning. Go! Instantly, the 7 people's figures moved, flashing towards the black python and attacking with all their strength. Whoosh! The black python moved as well. It seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning as its tail whipped out, sending one of the youths flying. The youth fell to the ground and fainted. Not good. This black python isn't as simple as being at the first level of the core formation stage. Suddenly, the tall youth roared, "Wang Dong, stab its weak point." The young girl with heavy makeup looked towards the sword-wielding youth and shouted in a delicate voice, "You guys keep it busy." The sword-wielding youth shouted in a low voice and started to look for an opportunity. However, the black python's speed wasn't something they could keep up with before long. Another youth had his head bitten off by the black python's bloody mouth. The scene was extremely bloody. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. However, Kerr, who was beside him, had a deathly pale expression and her delicate body trembled. "Young master, should we help them?" Kerr's eyes revealed a trace of pity. "If we go up, they might not be willing. They might even think that we want a share of the loot." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before long, under the desperate assistance of the remaining 5 people, the sword-wielding youth finally stabbed his sword into the black python's weak point. However, he seemed to have missed. Bang! The black python went completely berserk. The remaining 5 people were either bitten to death or sent flying by the python's tail. Only when the last person was no longer breathing did the black python's huge body crash to the ground. Its eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian landed with Kerr, waiting to reap the benefits. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black python. The black python raised its head and looked at him. Its sharp eyes revealed a hint of pleading. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Suddenly, the black python raised its head and shook it towards the cave behind it, as if it was pleading for something. Only when they entered the cave did Duan Lingtian understand what the black python was pleading for. In the cave, besides 3 spirit fruits hanging on 2 peculiar plants, there were also 2 slightly cracked snake eggs that could hatch at any time. Of the 3 spirit fruits, 2 small ones were the same, while the other large one was slightly different. "This is the dark spiritual fruit," A memory of Emperor Wu of Samsara flashed across his mind. Chapter 49. The dark spirit fruit was something that even reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of but never seen. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the dark spirit fruit was. When consumed by an ordinary person, the dark spirit fruit could instantly complete tempering and step into the 9th level of the body tempering stage within 3 months. It was simply heaven-defying. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 dragons' war sovereign techniques, spirit serpent form, I've been unable to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage for a long time. Maybe this dark spirit fruit will be my turning point. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He never imagined that his luck would be so good. This pleasant surprise was too great. As for the other 2 dark violet spirit fruits, they were also extremely rare spirit fruits. Violet horn fruit. It was a type of extremely poisonous spirit fruit. When consumed by humans, they would instantly die. But if consumed by poisonous fierce beasts, it would be a great supplement. Young master, let's adopt them. Unknowingly, Kerr picked up the 2 fist-sized python eggs and looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. Their mother is dead as well, so let's bring them back together. Duan Lingtian nodded. The violet horn fruit was obviously ripe, but the black python had not consumed it yet. It must have been planning to leave it for its 2 children. After picking the violet horn fruit and dark spirit fruit, Duan Lingtian and Kerr left the cave. Kerr's gaze never left the 2 python eggs in her hand. Her clear eyes filled with the radiance of motherhood. Kerr, wait for me in front. After speaking to Kerr, Duan Lingtian arrived before an unconscious youth. His keen intuition felt the killing intent suppressed on the youth's body. Killing intent aimed at him. Stop pretending. Your breathing betrayed you. Duan Lingtian spoke in a low voice, and at the instant the youth opened his eyes in terror, the violet meteorite, flexible sword silently pierced into his heart. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't know that they would encounter such an incident. So he and Kerr didn't change out of their clothes that were marked with the Li family emblem. Now, only the death of this person could prevent future troubles. As a former iron-blooded soldier, Duan Lingtian knew how sinister people could be. On top of that, the other party was already filled with killing intent. After circling around, Duan Lingtian discovered that 4 out of the 7 people had been killed by the black python. Including the one he had killed, there were still 2 others who were still alive. 2 faint killing intents were faintly discernible. It was obvious that they had all woken up, but they all pretended not to. In the quiet environment, Duan Lingtian's ears moved slightly, and he could clearly hear their nervous and rapid breathing. Another 2 swords pierced his heart. After dealing with the 2 of them, Duan Lingtian collected the more valuable spoils of war from their bodies. After taking another look at the black python's body, Duan Lingtian gave up on the idea of dissecting it. He slowly walked away and followed Kerr. Half an hour later, the short and fat boy, who was supposed to have his heart pierced by the Duan Lingtian, shuddered and struggled to open his eyes. He took out a pill and swallowed it with difficulty. Time passed. The blood from the short and fat boy's chest finally stopped. Li family. Aurora City's Li family. You probably never would have thought that my heart was naturally biased. The short and fat boy struggled to sit up, his face extremely gloomy. Because his heart was biased, he was spared. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, the short and fat boy's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly fled. After he fled, a huge figure, which was 1,000 meters away, suddenly descended and let out a strange and angry roar. Aurora City, Shao family estate. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard, a young man in embroidered clothes stepped out with an anxious expression. That 6 treasures body tempering liquid is simply a divine item. With my current cultivation, I would need at least 5 days to break through after taking a body tempering pill. If I use this 6 treasures body tempering liquid to bathe, I will break through in only 2 days. The young man in embroidered clothes left the Shao family estate with 2 middle-aged guards and arrived at the trade market. "Shopkeeper, give me another 100 portions of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid." The young man in embroidered clothes walked into the medicine store and went straight to the point. When the shopkeeper of the medicine store saw that the young man in embroidered clothes had come in a hurry, he thought that the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was useless and that the young man had come to ruin his reputation. However, he didn't expect that the first thing the young man said was this: 100 portions? The shopkeeper's heart trembled. "Young Master Shao, I'm afraid I can't do it today. I haven't restocked yet. How about 2 days later?" The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "I really don't know what you're thinking. Such a good medicinal liquid, and you don't want to restock it. This is a deposit of 5,000 taels. I'll come get the goods in 2 days." The young man in embroidered clothes frowned, put down the 5,000 taels of silver, and left in large strides. 2 days! The shopkeeper had a distressed expression. He had just casually said it, as he didn't know when that Li Clan youth would come again. Now he was somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the young man for more 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. "Shopkeeper, what's the matter? Why are you so distressed?" Just at this moment, a voice sounded out. The shopkeeper's eyes were bright, as if he had seen his savior, and he walked over in large strides. The person who had arrived was precisely Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Black Python's nest, he and Kerr returned to Aurora City. First, they went to deal with the spoils of war from this trip, exchanging them for over 3,000 taels of silver. Then, on a whim, he wanted to know how the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was selling, so he came to the medicine store. "Shopkeeper, what are you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the shopkeeper, who had slightly lost his composure, with a puzzled expression. "Customer, the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid you consigned in my store has been sold." The shopkeeper was slightly excited as he took out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Shopkeeper, do you still want more?" Duan Lingtian asked with a slight smile. Yes, I want as much as you have." The shopkeeper hurriedly said, deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would stop the supply. "Do you have an empty room here?" Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper. "Yes, do you need it?" The shopkeeper was stunned. "Yes, I plan to concoct the medicinal liquid here in the future." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Customer, did you concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid?" The shopkeeper's pupils shrank, extremely surprised. "It's just a medicinal liquid. Is there a need to make such a fuss?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched, wondering if the youngster in front of him was doing it on purpose. A medicinal liquid that could completely overpower the body-tempering pill. Was that an ordinary medicinal liquid? "Since we're here today, prepare some more medicinal herbs for me. I'll concoct some for you first." According to Duan Lingtian's request, the shopkeeper quickly prepared everything, looking at the large pile of cheap medicinal herbs in front of him, then glancing at the large vat in the room. The shopkeeper's mouth trembled according to this ratio. The cost of concocting the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was almost negligible. If this large vat was filled, there would be at least 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, right? When Duan Lingtian and Kerr were preparing to disassemble the medicinal herbs, the shopkeeper suppressed the excitement in his heart and consciously withdrew from the small enclosed room, closing the door behind him. With Kerr's help, after spending an hour, Duan Lingtian finally concocted a large vat of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. He walked out of the small room and returned to the medicine store. "Shopkeeper, I'll have to trouble you to divide the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid into portions." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper went into the small room for a while, then came out again, his face flushed red. "Honorable customer, that vat of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid has at least 2,000 portions. How about this? I'll pay you 2,000 portions of silver first, and you'll refund the excess and make up for the deficiency. How about it?" The shopkeeper asked. "Sure. As for the cost of the medicinal herbs, you can deduct it from the extra portion in the future." Duan Lingtian nodded and received the silver notes handed over by the shopkeeper. The 200,000 silver notes felt heavy in his hand. "No need, those medicinal herbs don't even add up to 1,000 silver. Just treat it as my gift to you." The shopkeeper was very tactful. If it was before, someone would have told the shopkeeper. Medicinal herbs that cost less than 1,000 silver could be concocted into a liquid that was worth 220,000 silver. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. But now the facts were in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. "Shopkeeper, since you're so straightforward, I won't be polite. How about this? You can appropriately raise the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. My bottom line is, I'll take 80 and you take 20. Duan Lingtian gave the shopkeeper a deep look. "Thank you, customer." The shopkeeper took a deep breath. He knew that since this customer had relented, he could naturally raise the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. "That's right. Before the end of our Li family's clan martial meet, I won't come again. Shopkeeper, you can't sell out the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid in a few days. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Shopkeeper, you're a smart person." After saying this to the shopkeeper, under the shopkeeper's astonished gaze, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr back to the Li family estate. "Young master, I didn't expect that money would be so easy to earn." Kerr's beautiful face was slightly red, and she was slightly excited. "Ha, Kerr, not everyone has the ability to earn money like your young master." Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. In the entire Cloud Continent, probably only he and the Li family's grand elder, Lihua, knew how to concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Only he could concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. After returning home and greeting his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian impatiently entered his room. He consumed the dark spirit fruit. Instantly, Duan Lingtian could feel a gentle and boundless medicinal strength fill his entire body. His vital energy and blood were rapidly strengthening, and his fleshly body was rapidly transforming in the courtyard. "Kerr, what eggs are these?" Looking at the 2 python eggs that Kerr placed on the table, Li Ro asked curiously. "Madam, these are black python eggs." Kerr smiled. "Black python?" Li Ro's gaze focused. Of course she knew about black pythons. They were bloodthirsty, fierce beasts. "Kerr, what's going on?" Li Ro asked. Kerr obediently told her everything that happened with Duan Lingtian. "So you've gotten a great deal." Li Ro smiled. "Madam, young master didn't make a move to save them. Isn't that bad?" Pursing her pink and pouty lips, Kerr blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Li Ro. Although Kerr didn't say anything in front of Duan Lingtian, she still couldn't let it go. In her innocent world, she felt that she should have helped those boys and girls to kill the black python. "Kerr, I don't think Tiana did anything wrong. Not to mention that the black python might hurt you, even if you really helped them kill the black python. In order to get the treasure that the black python was guarding, they might even join forces to deal with you and Tian." Li Ro persuaded patiently. She had more experience than Kerr and knew how sinister people could be. For treasures, family members could be found everywhere, let alone strangers. Yes, Kerr didn't think too much at that time. In the future, Kerr will listen to young master. Kerr nodded gently and gradually felt relieved. From this moment on, Kerr no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's decisions in the future. Chapter 50. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and continued cultivating and digesting the medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit. After consuming the dark spirit fruit 2 days ago, up until now, Duan Lingtian had only digested 20% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still able to feel his vital energy, blood, and fleshly body undergo a great transformation. This feeling was extremely clear. I hope I can smoothly break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet begins. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room. Tian, I heard that the clan martial meets registration has already started today and will last for 3 days. After breakfast, bring Kerr to register first. During breakfast, Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. Okay. After breakfast, Duan Lingtian brought the young girl and walked out of the house. Young master, I heard from big sister Shirshir that during the annual clan martial meet, the people ranked at the top are able to obtain many rewards. The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes as she slowly spoke. Oh, did she say what the rewards were? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. Big sister Shirshir said that last year's number 1 was an inner court disciple who obtained a 300-year-old blood Lingji. Young master, a 300-year-old blood Lingji ought to be much more valuable than a 50-year-old blood Lingji, right? As the young girl finished speaking, she asked, a 300-year-old blood Lingji? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Here, let me put it this way. 50 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingji mushrooms are worth 1,000 taels of silver. A 200-year-old, 300-year-old blood Lingji mushroom is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian knew the value of a 300-year-old blood Lingji through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The blood Lingji sold in medicine stores were generally 50-year-old, and 100-year-old blood Lingji were rare. A 300-year-old blood Lingji, just 1 tael was worth 100,000 taels of silver. Its value was comparable to 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood Lingji. A stock of 300-year-old blood Lingji weighed at least 2 taels and was worth at least 200,000 taels of silver. If a 300-year-old blood Lingji mushroom was directly crushed and used, its medicinal effect would be equivalent to 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood Lingji mushroom. However, a normal person would need at least a year to fully digest the medicinal power of 5 kilograms of 50-year-old blood Lingji. The 300-year-old blood Lingji was different. It would take at most a month for the medicinal effects to be fully digested. If the former was a tractor, the latter would be a rocket. So expensive? The girl's cherry lips parted slightly, obviously frightened. If the reward this time is also a 300-year-old blood Lingji, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and his eyes blazed. If that was the case, he was determined to win. If he had a 300-year-old blood Lingji, he would be able to concoct an even better medicinal liquid and rapidly increase the level of his defensive martial skills. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived at the registration area. The crowd surged. After lining up for a while, Duan Lingtian heard some insider news. Let me tell you, in this year's clan martial meet, the top 10, besides being able to ascend to the 3rd floor of the martial scripture pavilion and choose a high-grade, profound level martial skill, will also receive 3 stocks of 100-year-old blood Lingji and 10,000 taels of silver. An outer courtyard disciple said mysteriously, "There hasn't been any news yet. How do you know?" Immediately, many people doubted his words. Hey, you guys don't know about this, right? My cousin's neighbor's daughter-in-law's nephew is an inner courtyard disciple, and he accidentally heard a few elders discussing this. The former smiled proudly. What are the rewards for the top 3? Another person asked. The top 3 are about the same as last year, other than being able to ascend to the 3rd floor of the martial scripture pavilion and choose 2 high-grade profound level martial skills. They will also receive a 200-year-old blood Lingji and 30,000 taels of silver. First place? First place, other than being able to choose 3 high-grade profound level martial skills, they will also receive a 350-year-old blood Lingji and 100,000 taels of silver. Oh my God, a 350-year-old blood Lingji? Last year's reward for first place was a 300-year-old blood Lingji, which was already shocking enough. I didn't expect that the reward for first place this year would be even better. I heard that last year's clan martial meets champion, Li Feng, relied on a 300-year-old blood Lingji to cultivate a high-grade profound level martial skill to the mastery stage in one go. Currently, within the clan, no disciple under the age of 20 can break through his defense without using a sharp weapon. Yeah, Li Feng is our Li family's rare genius, and he's only 19 this year. Hearing the discussions around him, Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. A 350-year-old blood Lingji? If he was able to obtain it, if he concocted it into a medicinal liquid, it would be enough to help him, Kerr, and his mother's defensive martial skills all break through to the mastery stage. If I'm able to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet, obtaining first place in the clan martial meet isn't impossible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Fight it out. Break through with all his might. The clan martial meet was only limited to disciples between the ages of 16 and 18 from the Li family. Once they reached the age of 19, they would be considered to have left the category of youth and would be collectively referred to as youth. They would no longer be able to participate in the clan martial meet. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, within the inner court disciples, most of the 18-year-olds were at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and there were also a few that had stepped into the core formation stage. Unless he broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, it would be very difficult for him to compete with these people. Finally, it was Duan Lingtian and Kerr's turn. At the registration area, the two of them reported their names, and each took a number plate. Duan Lingtian was number 77. Kerr was number 78. Aurora City's Li family had a population of close to 10,000, and there were close to 300 disciples between the ages of 16 and 18. Excluding a portion of the inner court disciples, there were also over 200 outer court disciples that met the requirements to register. In the first round of the clan martial meet, the inner court disciples had a bye. The outer court disciples would compete, and the top 30 would directly become inner court disciples. When the second round began, it would be a true battle between dragons and tigers. The final top 10, top 3, and even first place would be decided. They would obtain supreme glory and generous rewards. 10 days later was the first round of the clan martial meet. For the next 10 days, besides eating and sleeping, Duan Lingtian practically spent all his time cultivating the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid to the limit, and desperately digesting the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength for the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Duan Lingtian was really going all out this time. The clan martial meet is tomorrow, but I still haven't broken through until now. Luckily, after the first round of the clan martial meet, there will be another 3 days before the second round. In the first round, with my current strength, entering the top 30 of the outer court disciples isn't difficult. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. During these 10 days, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian had also heard some rumors from Kerr. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid had become completely famous. It swept up a wave of excitement in Aurora City. Now, the most discussed topic among the outer court disciples of the Li family was the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If someone's parents bought the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for them, it would attract the jealousy and envy of many outer court disciples. Along with the arrival of the clan martial meet of Aurora City's 3 great clans, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was in short supply. Those who didn't have much savings, even if they had to borrow money, they would still buy the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for their children. The clan martial meet affected the lives of many people. If one couldn't become an inner court disciple before the age of 19, they were destined to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. As a parent, no one would wish for their children to walk on this path. Of course, the six treasures body tempering liquid also allowed many 18-year-old outer court disciples to break through before the clan martial meet, increasing their chances of being promoted to inner court disciples. These obvious examples also caused the price of the six treasures body tempering liquid to rise to 3,000 taels in the black market. A bunch of lunatics. After knowing all this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue. Luckily, he had already ordered the shopkeeper of the medicine store to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if people knew that the six treasures body tempering liquid was concocted by him, he wouldn't be at peace. In a spacious courtyard of the Li family, whoosh, an incomparably swift figure stepped on a peculiar footwork as it flitted past, as if transforming into a gust of wind. The figure stopped and revealed itself. It was actually a youth around the age of 17. It was precisely Li Wan. Good. Yuan, your unfettered steps has finally stepped into the mastery stage. This way, besides Li Kuang, no one in the outer court can be your match. Even entering the top 10 of the clan martial meet isn't impossible. The middle-aged man, standing at the side, laughed. I will definitely enter the top 10 of the clan martial meet. If I can obtain 3 stalks of 100-year-old blood Lingji, my golden bell cover will be able to step into the mastery stage sooner. Li Wen's eyes flickered, incomparably confident. Very quickly, the figure of a tall and straight youth flashed within his mind. Duan Lingtian, last time my movement technique was inferior to yours, allowing you to surpass me. This time, my unfettered steps has been cultivated to the mastery stage. I will definitely defeat you and ruthlessly humiliate you. Unfettered steps was a middle-grade, profound, rank movement technique. When cultivated to the mastery stage, one's speed would not be inferior to Duan Lingtian's spirit serpent movement technique that was at the initial stage. In a slightly narrow courtyard, whoosh, a cold sword light accompanied by over 10 sword images flashed out, as if condensing into a sword net in the air, penetrating every opening and extremely swift. Clang! The 3-foot-long blade returned to its sheath. I finally stepped into the initial stage before the clan martial meet. The green-clothed girl stood still, a trace of a smile appearing on her charming face. Sure, you have to properly thank the person who passed this sword skill to you. A woman with a slightly pale complexion stood in front of the door, coughing twice as she slowly said, Mother, why did you come out? Your body isn't well, so stay in your room and don't go out. A trace of reproach appeared on Li Shishir's face as she helped the woman into the room. In another courtyard, you really are a piece of trash. I passed the Howling Tiger Fist to you for so long, but you still haven't broken through to the mastery stage. Li Zhong looked at Li Xiao with a gloomy face. Brother, I'm sorry. Li Xiao lowered his head, not daring to refute. Zhong, don't talk about your brother anymore. He has already worked very hard, but his talent is limited and is far inferior to yours. The middle-aged man standing at the side couldn't watch any longer and interrupted. Father, he was spoiled by you. Chapter 51. Tomorrow was the clan martial meet. That night, Duan Lingtian's house welcomed an uninvited guest. Thank you for giving me the sword technique. If not, I wouldn't have the confidence to enter the top 10 of the clan martial meet. Looking at the young man, Li Shishir gritted her teeth and said softly, Top 10 of the clan martial meet? It seems that your accompanying sword has reached the small success stage. The young man was surprised by Li Shishir's ambition. Although Li Shishir's strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the outer courtyard. But this time, the top 10 of the clan martial meet would have to compete with many of the inner courtyard disciples. Wanting to enter the top 10 was not easy. Yes, Li Shishir nodded her head. If you really want to thank someone, then thank her. I only gave you the sword technique because of her. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room to cultivate. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man turned and went back to his room. Looking at the young man's back, Li Shirshi's gaze was complicated as she sighed. Sister Shirshir, where's the young master? An elegant and refined young girl walked into the courtyard. He went back to his room to cultivate. Sister Kerr, I should also go. Thank you. If not for you, Duan Lingtian would not have passed on the accompanying sword to me. Li Shirshir forced a smile and turned to leave. Sister Shirshir. The young girl noticed that something was wrong with Li Shirshir. Unknowingly, Li Ro walked out of the room and looked at Li Shirshir's back as she left. She shook her head and sighed. As an experienced person, she naturally saw through Li Shirshir's thoughts. The next morning, Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived at the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. The clan martial meet would be held here. In the corner of the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field, there were 30 battle arenas. The 30 battle arenas were arranged in a circle. In the middle was a high platform with some chairs. In front of the battle arenas, there was a stream of people. Following the appearance of the 3 old judges, the noisy martial arts practice field became quiet. These 3 judges were all elders of the Li family and were in charge of hosting the clan martial meet. Behind the 3 head judges, there were 30 other judges. Almost all of them were young. The 3 chief judges were led by an old man with white eyebrows. Duan Lingtian's sharp intuition detected an extremely dangerous aura from the white-browed old man. Duan Lingtian was clear about this. This was an expert, so strong that he could kill the current him with a single slap. As the chief judge of this year's clan martial meet, let me introduce the rules of today's clan martial meet. 242 outer courtyard disciples will be divided into 30 groups according to the number plates in your hands. Other than the first group, which has 10 people, the other groups have 8 people. There will be a champion for each of the 30 groups. The referee will explain the specific rules to you. Of course, if you feel that you are unlucky and have been placed in the powerhouse group, you will have a chance to challenge any of the 30 champions. If you win, you will be the new champion. When there are no more challengers, the final 30 champions will become inner courtyard disciples. The head judge finished his words. The 30 referees began to divide the outer yard disciples into groups. Number 1 to number 10 were the first group. After that, there were 8 people in each group. Duan Lingtian and Kerr were placed in the same group. This rule is not bad. It guarantees absolute fairness. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian was number 77 and Kerr was number 78. They were placed in the 10th group. The 10th group had a total of 8 people. Of the 6 people, 2 of them recognized Duan Lingtian. Previously, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian defeating Lin Qi, the number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin family. When they met Duan Lingtian, the 2 of them took the initiative to admit defeat. As for the other 4 people, none of them were a match for Duan Lingtian. As for Kerr, every time before her opponent could even make a move, the violet meteorite soft sword would already be in front of their throat. This made her opponent tremble in fear. Even the referee was speechless. There were 2 little monsters in the 10th group. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian and Kerr's turn to compete for the champion of the 10th group. Around the combat arena, numerous gazes fell upon the 2 of them. On the high platform in the middle, these 2 seemed to be unfamiliar faces. Are they branch family disciples? One of the chief referees was slightly surprised. They are indeed branch family disciples. Both of them are from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, and they are both disciples with different surnames. That young man even defeated Lin Qi of the Lin clan at the trade fair not long ago. Another chief referee smiled. Lin Qi, the youngest son of the Lin family patriarch, the number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin family, whose strength is not inferior to our Li family's number 1 outer courtyard disciple Li Kuang. The former was slightly moved. That's right, it's him. The latter nodded. Branch family disciple, and a disciple with different surnames. What a pity. The former sighed. Branch family disciples. So what if they are disciples with different surnames? As long as they don't betray the family, they are part of our Leaf family. The white-browed old man snorted. The other two chief referees became silent. I admit defeat. Standing on the number 10 combat arena, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. This caused everyone, including the referees, to feel a wave of disappointment. However, Duan Lingtian and Kerr were together after all. Although they were disappointed, they were not surprised. Kerr became the arena master of the 10th group. As time passed, an arena master appeared on each of the 30 combat arenas. Among these arena masters, besides Kerr, Duan Lingtian recognized 3 others: Li Shi, Li Wen, and Li Xiao. The 30 combat arenas formed a circle. On the high platform in the middle, the 3 chief referees stood up. Now, the outer courtyard disciples who have failed in their group and are unwilling to accept the result will have one chance to challenge another arena master. If they win, they will become the new arena master. If they lose, they will lose the opportunity to become an inner courtyard disciple. The white-browed old man's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Instantly, the area below the 30 combat rings was in an uproar. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. They needed to spend a certain amount of time to judge the strength of each arena master before issuing a challenge. Whoosh! Soon, a figure flew onto the combat arena of the 15th group. It attracted everyone's attention. It's Duan Lingtian. Many outer courtyard disciples recognized the owner of the figure. Duan Lingtian, the outer courtyard disciple who defeated the number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin clan, Lin Qi? That's right, it's him. With his strength, I'm afraid he can compete with Li Kuang. How could he be eliminated? Could it be that he was eliminated by Li Kuang? No, he gave the arena master of the 10th group to the young lady beside him. That's her. So beautiful. She's even more beautiful than the number 1 beauty of the outer courtyard, Li Shi. Since ancient times, heroes have always loved beautiful women. No wonder he gave up. On the 15th combat arena, Li Xiao's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would actually challenge him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's decision was intentional. Duan Lingtian. Outside the combat arena, Li Zhong's eyes were fierce, although he had always looked down on Li Xiao. But no matter what, Li Xiao was his younger brother. This was an unchangeable fact. I admit defeat. Li Xiao took the initiative to admit defeat under everyone's gazes. Although the surrounding boos made his face turn red, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. If he admitted defeat now, he could still use all his strength to challenge other arena masters. If he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and was injured by Duan Lingtian, he might lose the opportunity to become an inner courtyard disciple. Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Zhong coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, then walked to another combat arena with Li Xiao to help Li Xiao find an opponent. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he closed his eyes and rested. The arena master challenges were carried out like a raging fire. Besides Li Kuang, Li Wen, and Li Shi, the top 3 outer courtyard disciples. No one challenged them. After Duan Lingtian stepped onto the combat arena and forced Li Xiao to admit defeat, no one else challenged him. Kerr, on the other hand, had 3 people successively challenge her. However, her violet meteorite flexible sword was always able to land on her opponent's throat at the first moment, making it difficult for her opponent to advance an inch. This young girl is the same as Duan Lingtian. They're both freaks. I have a feeling that her strength might be even stronger than Li Shi's. Yeah, in front of her, no matter if it's appearance or strength, Li Shi is slightly inferior. The outer courtyard disciples discussed in succession. Some of the inner courtyard disciples that came to join in the fun were slightly surprised as they glanced at the young girl a few more times. Big brother, and this little girl is really not bad. From today onwards, our inner courtyard will have a female disciple whose appearance and natural talent are comparable to Li Fei. An inner courtyard disciple said to the youth beside him, "Li Fei, the inner courtyard's #1 beauty." The youth wore gray clothes with silver edges. His sharp eyes descended onto the young girl's body, and a sense of greed and overbearingness appeared within them. "It's Lien. It's really him." Some of the surrounding outer courtyard disciples recognized the gray-clothed youth and couldn't help but exclaim in low voices, "Lien, a famous inner courtyard disciple of the Li family." 1 year ago, Lien was 17 years old and participated in the clan martial meet with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. He entered the top 10 and was ranked 6th. He was only inferior to 4 18-year-old core formation martial artists and a 9th level body tempering martial artist of the same age. Presently, within the inner courtyard, disciples under the age of 19. His strength was publicly acknowledged as second. At dusk, the clan martial meet ended. After Li Xiao admitted defeat in front of Duan Lingtian, he once again successfully challenged an arena master. 30 arena masters became inner courtyard disciples. For a moment, many people shook their heads and sighed, and many people were dejected. Amongst them, some were already 18 years old. Since they weren't able to become inner courtyard disciples this time, it meant that they would forever lose the chance to become inner courtyard disciples. If they were branch family disciples, they would be beaten back to the branch family. Duan Lingtian and Kerr walked side by side. Kerr held onto his arm and had a happy smile on her face. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. Looking over, in front of him stood 2 youths around the age of 18 on an empty space that the crowd had opened up. He noticed, when the gray-clothed youth in front looked at him, his gaze was filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. He didn't know this person at all, so why would he look at him with such a gaze? When he noticed that the gray-clothed youth's gaze moved from him to Kerr, he came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of Kerr. Chapter 52. Deep into the night, the room was brightly lit. The youth sat cross-legged in the bathtub that was filled with medicinal liquid, bitterly cultivating, to the point where he had almost forgotten everything around him. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. The 7 treasures body tempering liquid continuously flowed into his body. The medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit was also dissolving at an extremely fast speed, fusing into the youth's flesh and bones. If he wanted to seize first place in the clan martial meet 3 days later and obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingji, he must break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I'm still lacking a bit. Noticing that the transformation of his body and the strengthening of his vital energy and blood had slowed down, the youth opened his eyes and sighed. Yawning, the extremely sleepy youth fell asleep. He slept all the way until the next morning. Young master, young master." A slightly hurried voice came from outside the room, causing the youth to wake up from a dream. "Kerr, what happened?" He didn't even have time to put on his outer clothes. The youth opened the door in his pajamas and looked at the young girl outside. "Young master, look." In the young girl's hand, 2 fist-sized python eggs were violently trembling. Crack, crack. Before long, the 2 python eggs cracked one after the other. 2 exquisite little pythons stuck their heads out, flicked their tongues, and swallowed the fragments of the python eggs. Then they stuck their heads out to look at each other, looking at Duan Lingtian and then looking at Kerr. 2 pairs of small eyes emitted a deep longing, as if they were gazing at their parents. "Young master, why don't they look like black pythons at all?" Kerr sized up the 2 little pythons for a while, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted. "They don't look like—" Duan Lingtian was also sizing up the 2 little pythons. 2 little pythons, one black and one white. The white little python had silver vein patterns on its body that were extremely complicated and difficult to see through. The black little python had golden vein patterns on its body that were exactly the same as the white little python. They also had one thing in common. There was a small bump on the top of their heads. Duan Lingtian searched the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, but found nothing about the two little pythons. In other words, even if the Emperor Wu of Samsara was still alive, he would not be able to recognize these two little pythons. However, in the memory of Emperor Wu, there was a kind of python that was somewhat similar to the two little pythons. That kind of python was not a black python. Instead, it was the ferocious beast snow python. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the ferocious snow python possessed strength comparable to a nascent soul stage expert when it matured, martial artists cultivated. After the body tempering realm was the core formation realm. After the core formation stage was the origin core stage. After the origin core realm was the nascent soul realm. For example, a large family like the Li family in Aurora City, there were many origin core stage martial artists. The number of nascent soul realm experts could be counted on one hand. It's unlikely that the black python's child was born with the snow python. Duan Lingtian shook his head and discarded this absurd thought. Not to mention the difference between the black python and the snow python. Just the patterns on the two little pythons' bodies were something that neither the black python nor the snow python had. It could be concluded from this. These two little pythons were not snow pythons or black pythons. Maybe they are like their father. I wonder what kind of python their father was. The reincarnation emperor who had experienced the vicissitudes of life for 2 lifetimes and was experienced and knowledgeable, but even he was unable to recognize this kind of python. Duan Lingtian speculated in his heart. Young master, they seem to be hungry. The young girl's voice caused Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. The two little pythons opened their small eyes and flickered with a pitiful luster, as if they were begging for something. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took out the 2 violet thorn fruits he brought back from the last time from a corner of the room. These 2 violet thorn fruits were given to them by their mother, the black python. When Duan Lingtian took the violet thorn fruits and arrived in front of Kerr, the bodies of the 2 little pythons shook and instantly moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! They seemed to have transformed into a white lightning and a black lightning as they directly flashed towards the violet thorn fruits in Duan Lingtian's hand. In a short moment, the violet thorn fruits were completely eaten by them. After eating their fill, the 2 little pythons fell into a deep slumber. What kind of snakes are they? Duan Lingtian and Kerr glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The speed of the 2 little pythons just now, even compared to their mother, the black python, wasn't much slower. It wasn't strange for an adult black python to have such a fast speed. But these 2 little pythons had just been born in Duan Lingtian's subconscious. He felt that these 2 little pythons weren't so simple. After finding a small box and opening a hole, Duan Lingtian placed the 2 sleeping little pythons inside. Then he put on his outer clothes and held Kerr's hand before walking out of the room. Kerr, let's go out for a walk. Duan Lingtian and Kerr walked out of the house and quickly arrived at the outer court's martial arts practice grounds. At a corner of the martial arts practice grounds, there were many people surrounding it. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian and Kerr walked over. They originally thought that there were people sparring, but when they approached, they realized that wasn't the case. A blue-clothed youth stood in the middle of the crowd, his saliva flying everywhere. Combined with his tone, he was like a storyteller. It said that the adult snow python in the misty forest moved like thunder and killed a few origin core stage martial artists from Aqua Mist City's He clan in a few moves. They were considered to be the best amongst human martial artists. But in front of the adult snow python, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The blue-clothed youth continued, as if he had seen all of this with his own eyes. Lian, is there really an adult snow python in the misty forest? Someone in the crowd asked. I, Lian, am a well-known know-it-all in Aurora City, and my reputation is excellent. This news will soon spread throughout the entire Aurora City. At that time, you'll naturally know that what I said isn't false. Li Yin raised his head with a face full of confidence. Lian, we don't doubt that you're able to find out about any news at the first possible moment. It's just that this matter is truly inconceivable. Yeah, logically speaking, wild beasts like pythons should be hibernating during the season, especially fierce beasts like snow python, especially top fierce beasts like the snow python. According to the records in the books, amongst the fierce beasts and pythons, the snow python is the most fond of sleeping. Another person asked doubtfully, "You're right, but according to the news brought back by the surviving origin core stage martial artist from the He clan of Aqua Mist City, that snow python seemed to have gone completely mad. It killed everyone it saw, as if it was venting its anger." Lian nodded slightly and continued, "Why do you think the snow python became like this?" The surrounding crowd was in high spirits, and some of them even asked curiously, "My personal guess is that either its partner was killed by a human or its child died." Lian said again. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had a heart. Duan Lingtian and Kerr glanced at each other, then left the crowd. "Young master, do you think that snow python could be the father of those two little pythons?" Kerr's clear eyes revealed traces of pity. "It's possible." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. The two little pythons could indeed be the offspring of a snow python and a black python. Because of some reason they mutated. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that mutated ferocious beasts existed. "Young master, why don't we send them back?" Kerr's clear eyes were slightly moist as she spoke. She seemed to have thought of something. "Kerr, what's wrong?" Duan Lingtian's face was filled with worry. "I just thought of my mother. When my mother had just left, I felt as if the sky had collapsed. That snow python's current feelings are definitely the same as mine at that time." Kerr's voice trembled as she spoke. "Silly girl, don't you still have me?" Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to pull the young girl into his embrace, lightly patting her back as he spoke gently. "It's my fortune to be able to meet young master, but that snow python—" Kerr's voice carried a sobbing tone. "All right, young master promises you that after the clan martial meet ends, I'll send them back." Duan Lingtian stroked Kerr's beautiful hair, smelling the fresh fragrance of her hair as he spoke slowly. After returning home, Duan Lingtian discovered that the small box was empty. The two little pythons were nowhere to be seen, just as he and Kerr were about to search for them. "Shio! Shio!" A black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over. The black little python coiled around Duan Lingtian's wrist, while the white little python coiled around Kerr's wrist, playfully flicking its tongue at them. "They're really two mischievous little ones." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Let's give them a name." Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr. "Let's call them Little White and Little Black." Kerr smiled. "From now on, you'll be called Little Black." Duan Lingtian raised his hand and looked at the little black python coiled around his wrist. At this time, a strange scene occurred. Duan Lingtian saw. The little black python actually looked at him and nodded its head, scaring Duan Lingtian silly. This little black python could understand human language? After a moment, he discovered that the little black python was still nodding its head. Duan Lingtian then realized that he was thinking too much. The little black python seemed to have coiled around Duan Lingtian, unwilling to leave. The little white python also coiled around Kerr. The two of them had no choice but to bring them along. After some differentiation, Duan Lingtian discovered that the little black python was a male, while the little white python was a female. That night, Duan Lingtian sat in the bathtub and cultivated. He discovered the little black python entered the bathtub and swam on the surface of the water, swallowing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. At the same time, the golden lines on the little black python's body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only after it finished a portion of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid did it contentedly rush out and lie on the edge of the bathtub to sleep. At this time, the dark golden luster on its body slowly dimmed. I wonder what this little python has mutated into. Duan Lingtian's heart moved. 2 days passed. Tomorrow was the second round of the clan martial meet, which was also the real clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was still unable to break through. Although he felt that he had reached the critical point, he was still unable to break through. He had already absorbed 80% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal essence. I wouldn't really have no fate with that 350-year-old blood Lingji, right? Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. Hiss, hiss! A light sound came from beside his ear. Duan Lingtian then saw that the little black python was curled up on the edge of the bed, flicking its tongue as if it was greeting him. Xiao! In the next moment, the little black python's body shook and twisted. Sometimes it was slow, sometimes it turned into black lightning. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a mad rabbit. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian only used a curious gaze to size up the little black python. Gradually, the little black python's movements seemed to give him some sort of enlightenment. His gaze became infatuated and dull. Chapter 53. The first form of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, emphasized on allowing the cultivator to increase the strength of the fleshly body while maintaining the flexibility and agility of a spirit serpent. Now, the little black snake's actions were reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As if it had ignited something, what he didn't understand in the past was now suddenly clear. Bang! As if he was enlightened, Duan Lingtian's body slightly trembled. Then he closed his eyes and circulated the spirit serpent form mental cultivation method, carrying a trace of understanding. He started cultivating. Tonight, Duan Lingtian was destined to be sleepless. His mind was completely immersed in the changes in his body. His vital energy and blood were increasing at a terrifying speed. His fleshly body was even undergoing an extreme transformation. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he cultivated until a strand of sunlight passed through the window and descended on his body. Only then did he wake up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the clothes on his body were completely dirty. A liquid similar to black oil flowed out from his entire body, sticky and extremely smelly. He took off his clothes and sat in the bathtub, washing his body with great effort. After washing clean, he clenched his fists tightly and slightly exerted force. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head. Whoosh! Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and in the end, it developed into 3 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes. He slightly weakened his strength, and an ancient mammoth silhouette disappeared. He weakened it again, and another ancient mammoth silhouette disappeared. Perfect! Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up and changed into a new set of clothes, and a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. He'd succeeded. Before the clan martial meet, he'd smoothly broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. He possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Samsara Emperor Wu's crazy theory had been perfectly realized. Hiss, hiss! A wave of sounds entered his ears, and the little black snake transformed into a black bolt of lightning that coiled around Duan Lingtian's wrist as it nodded towards Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the little black snake's current actions seemed more like it was asking for credit. After the clan martial meet ends, I'll make something delicious for you. Duan Lingtian gently stroked the little black snake's body and smiled. The little black snake closed its eyes, looking like it was enjoying itself. Please leave, we don't welcome you here. Suddenly, Kerr's voice came from outside the door, mixed with a bit of anger. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Kerr had been by his side for so long, but this was the first time he had heard Kerr speak in such a tone. Obviously, someone had angered her. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out in large strides. At a glance, he saw 2 youths standing at the entrance of the courtyard. One of them was the gray-clothed youth he had seen before. Brother and asked you to go with him to the martial arts practice field because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so shameless. The other youth in green looked at Kerr and was a little angry. Young master. However, in the girl's eyes, there was only the young man who was walking out of the room. I'm talking to you. The green-clothed youth's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Scram! Duan Lingtian glanced coldly at the green-clothed youth, and his voice was mixed with an icy coldness. You're courting death. The green-clothed youth's gaze turned cold, and he was about to enter the courtyard to fight with Duan Lingtian. Slap! At this moment, the gray-clothed youth's hand landed on the green-clothed youth's shoulder, stopping him. You're not worthy of her. The gray-clothed youth looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze and said indifferently, You mean you're worthy of her? Duan Lingtian laughed. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Of course, I, Li En, am 18 years old, and my strength is ranked second among the younger generation in the family. How can a village boy like you compare to me? Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave her as soon as possible. Li En's eyes flashed as he threatened. Second, those who don't know would think that you're number one when they see you being so rash. So you're always number two. Duan Lingtian laughed. I'll let you have your way with words. At the family martial meet, I'll definitely make you bleed. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, you can be arrogant. The core formation stage is the beginning of the path of martial arts. The current you is at most a mediocre martial artist. Lian laughed mockingly and left with the green-clothed youth. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within. Blood splatter 3 feet? Young master, you've broken through? Kerr was slightly surprised. Yes, I just broke through. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Kerr, what happened just now? Duan Lingtian asked again. They asked me to go to the inner court martial arts practice field with them, but I refused. That green-clothed youth kept pestering me. When Li En and the green-clothed youth were mentioned, Kerr's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. Don't bother with such boring people next time. Just ignore them. Duan Lingtian laughed. Yes, young master. I'll go help madam in the kitchen. Kerr nodded and then seemed to transform into a gust of wind as she entered the kitchen. During breakfast, Tian, that Lian will definitely target you in the family martial meet this time. Be careful. Li Ro reminded Duan Lingtian. I know, Mom. Duan Lingtian replied with an indifferent expression. Don't think that you can be unbridled just because you killed Fong Chong in Fresh Breeze Town. Although Fong Chong is a first-level core formation martial artist who possesses the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, due to the limitations of his martial skills, his strength is probably not even half of Lian's. Li Ro said again. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He naturally knew this. Maybe when Fong Chong attacked, his movements were similar to Li En, who was also at the first level of the core formation stage, being able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, because of the difference in martial skills, if Lian wanted to kill Fong Chong, a single move would be enough. If Lian circulated his defensive martial skill and stood there, even if Fong Chong was beaten to the point of exhaustion, he wouldn't be injured in the slightest. If Lian circulated his movement technique, Fong Chong could only eat dust behind him. This was the difference in martial skill realms. The higher the martial skill realm, the more perfect the ability to display one's strength. Duan Lingtian's slight smile, in Li Ro's eyes, was that he was going his own way and didn't think much of it. Kerr, hurry up and persuade him. Li Ro set her sights on the young girl. Madam, I believe in young master. The young girl replied, expressing her confidence in Duan Lingtian. I really don't know what bewitching potion Tian gave you. Li Ro had a helpless expression. Mother, you can relax 100 times. Your son will only make others suffer losses, but he will not suffer losses. This time in the clan martial meet, I will take back the first place prize for the clan martial meet and let you take a good look. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian left the house with Kerr. They headed towards the inner court martial arts practice field. Young master, it's Sister Shir. On the way, the two of them met Li Shir. From 2 people, it became 3 people. In this year's clan martial meet, 30 newly promoted inner court disciples will compete with the other 56 inner court disciples. According to what I know, 5 inner court disciples have stepped into the core formation stage. Li Shir exchanged all the information she knew. Duan Lingtian slightly nodded. So, we don't have a chance to enter the top 3. The core formation stage isn't something a body-tempering stage martial artist can contend against. What we can do now is strive to enter the top 10. For you and little sister Kerr, this isn't difficult. How about it? Do you have the confidence to defeat Li Kuang and strive for the 6th place? Li Shir looked at Duan Lingtian. 6th place? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. What? Li Shir was puzzled. I'm not interested in 6th place. Duan Lingtian indifferently said. Then what rank are you interested in? Li Shir asked. 1st place. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of confidence. Li Shir was stunned on the spot. 1st place? This Duan Lingtian really dared to dream. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, a loud laugh came from behind the 3 of them. The laughter was filled with disdain. Very quickly, 2 figures walked past Duan Lingtian and the other 2. It was the 2 brothers Li Zhong and Li Xiao. The one who laughed was Li Zhong. He obviously heard what Duan Lingtian said just now. Duan Lingtian, if you want 1st place, then you have to defeat me. I'll wait and see. Li Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a face full of ridicule. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to Li Zhong. He liked to use facts to prove everything, and not to argue with words. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived at the inner court martial arts practice grounds. It was still the same 30 combat arenas. Presently, the surroundings of the 30 combat arenas were filled with people. There were inner court disciples participating in the clan martial meet, and there were also many Li family disciples who came to watch the show. Before long, the 3 head judges appeared as well. The 30 judges, on the other hand, respectively ascended the 30 combat arenas. Quiet. The voice of the white-browed old man in the lead clearly entered the ears of everyone present. For a moment, the clamorous martial arts practice grounds completely quietened down. Condensing origin energy into sound is a technique that can only be grasped by 7th-level origin core martial artists and above. Duan Lingtian looked at the white-browed old man and was slightly surprised. Today, the inner court disciples between the ages of 16 to 19 will undergo the final clan martial meet, and the top 10, top 3, and 1st place will obtain generous rewards from the clan. The white-browed old man slowly said. Following that, the other chief judge began to explain the rewards for the top 10, top 3, and the 1st place of the martial meet. Duan Lingtian already knew all of this. However, the rewards mentioned by the head judge still aroused the emotions of most of the inner court disciples participating in the clan martial meet. Today's clan martial meet will adopt a point system. Everyone's starting point is 1, and every time you win, you'll gain 1 point, and every time you lose, you'll lose 1 point. Finally, the final ranking will be based on your points. As for the issue of fairness, all of you can rest assured. If there are no accidents, each of the 86 inner court disciples will have to ascend the stage 85 times. The head judge explained the rules. For a moment, many people gasped. Ascend the stage 85 times? Then wouldn't they have to battle all the inner court disciples besides themselves? The rhythm of exhausting themselves to death. The clan martial meet this time will be split into 3 days. The clan has already arranged the order of battles for all of you, and the number of times each person can ascend the stage each day will be suppressed to below 30 times. The head judge continued. Only then did the group of inner court disciples heave a sigh of relief. Now, the person whose name is called by the judge ascend the corresponding combat arena by yourself. If you don't appear within 5 minutes, it will be considered as forfeiting. The head judge spoke once again. Before long, the judges on the 30 combat arenas started to call out the names. The first round of battle had an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 54. Li Wen's opponent was a youth around the age of 18. The two of them moved, flashing towards each other. Above each of their heads, an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. In just one move, the difference in speed was obvious. Li Wen's speed was clearly superior to his opponent's. After a short moment, he found an opportunity to swiftly flash behind his opponent. Heart Destruction Palm, a straightforward palm strike, slapped onto his opponent's back, blasting him out of the combat arena. Li won victory. The judge immediately announced the result. Li Wen's middle grade, profound, rank movement technique, unfettered steps, has actually broken through to the mastery stage. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. In terms of speed, the mastery stage middle grade, profound, rank movement technique, unfettered steps, was not inferior to the initial stage high grade, profound, rank movement technique, spirit, serpent movement technique. I've been busy breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage during this period of time and have fallen behind in my movement technique. After the clan martial meet ends, I have to raise the level of my spirit, serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Unlike defensive martial skills, which could be directly raised with medicine, if one wanted to raise a movement technique, one had to diligently and bitterly train it. There were no shortcuts. Li Wen walked down the combat arena in large strides. After noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, he met Duan Lingtian's gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provocative sneer. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and didn't take it seriously. If it was before he broke through, the current Li Wen might be able to make him take him seriously. But now, Li Wen was no longer on the same level as him, even to the extent. In his eyes, the current Li Wen was as weak as a child. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian could even compare to a second-level core formation martial artist. On the 30 combat arenas, the inner court disciples fought in full swing. After the inner court disciples' victories and defeats were decided on the combat arena, the judge started to record everyone's scores. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the referee called Duan Lingtian's name. Combat Arena number 3. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he strode up. His opponent was a sturdy young man who looked simple and honest. "My name is Li Zhen. Nice to meet you." The sturdy young man smiled innocently. "My name is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. When he looked at the combat arenas in the surroundings, practically all the inner court disciples started fighting as soon as they entered the arena, and there were very few people that spoke. Everyone wanted to quickly defeat their opponents and earn points. Li Zhen was a special case. Whoosh! Li Zhen's sturdy body did not seem clumsy at all. Exploding with the strength of an ancient mammoth, Li Zhen's entire body seemed to transform into a gust of wind that blew towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit Snake Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved to meet the attack. In terms of speed, the Duan Lingtian was a bit faster than the muscular teenager. Of course, this was under the precondition that he suppressed his strength to the strength of an ancient mammoth. Li Zhen attacked a few times, but he was unable to touch Duan Lingtian. "I admit defeat." Suddenly, Li Zhen stopped his figure. "Up until now, I've only surpassed you in speed." "You admit defeat just like that?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "This is enough. Your speed surpasses mine and is already in an undefeatable position. There's no meaning in continuing the fight." Li Zhen smiled innocently and directly jumped off the combat arena. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This Li Zhen was rather straightforward. He followed and jumped off the combat arena as well. "Where's Kerr?" Duan Lingtian noticed that the young girl was no longer at her original spot and couldn't help but look around, searching for traces of the young girl. Very quickly, he saw the young girl's figure on the adjacent combat arena. Whoosh! The young girl stood there, the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand silently pressed against the side of her opponent's throat. As long as she used a bit of strength, her opponent would surely lose his life. I admit defeat. Her opponent's body slightly trembled, cold sweat dripping down his body as he spoke in panic. Only then did the young girl put away her sword. Under numerous burning gazes, she descended from the combat arena and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The golden couple attracted the attention of many people, but there were even more gazes of envy and jealousy. Humph! Not far away, his opponent once again took the initiative to admit defeat. The gray, clothed youth who had obtained victory coldly gazed through the air and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Up until now, he had already won 2 matches. As a core formation martial artist, all the opponents he encountered did not have the courage to fight him, and all of them took the initiative to admit defeat. A day's time quickly passed. Duan Lingtian won 27 matches in a row, accumulating 28 points. Kerr won 28 matches in a row, accumulating 29 points. Very quickly, today's results were out. On the bulletin board, the results of the 86 inner court disciples were listed according to their points and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian quickly discovered a problem. Besides him and Kerr, there were more than 10 people like them who maintained a record of nearly 30 matches in a row. Among them, there were many people that Duan Lingtian knew. Li Shishir, Li Wen, Li Zhong, Li Yin. Those at the very front were all people who obtained 30 points. There were a total of 5 people tied. These 5 people all had 29 matches in a row. Among the 5 people, Li Zhong and Li Yin were among them. Today's matches arranged by the clan, the stronger inner court disciples, were not matched up against each other. It's obvious that they intentionally arranged it this way and arranged for the stronger ones to fight last. Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why so many people maintained a winning streak. Little sister Kerr, you're really amazing. You obtained 29 points. Li Shishir came to Kerr's side. Big sister Shishir, I only participated in 1 more match than you. If you also participated in 1 more match, your points would be the same as mine. Kerr said with a slight smile. Li Shishir, like Duan Lingtian, had 27 consecutive wins and obtained 28 points. It's definitely arranged by the clan. Look, the 5 people tied for first place with 30 points are all core formation inner court disciples under the age of 19. However, this is normal. They had the easiest time today and didn't even make a move before their opponents admitted defeat. Li Shishir said slowly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. All of them were at the core formation stage, apart from Li Zhong and Li Yin. He had never met the other 3 people. His gaze fell on the notice board. Li Qing, Li Fei, Li Hu. These 3 people were the other 3 inner court disciples at the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. However, we'll meet sooner or later. At that time, I'll properly entertain. Li Zhong walked past Duan Lingtian with Li Xiao, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Idiot! Duan Lingtian indifferently spat out 2 words. What did you say? Li Zhong's figure stopped, and the smile on his face froze. He slowly turned around and stared at Duan Lingtian with fiery eyes. Kerr, let's go back. Ignoring Li Zhong, Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand and walked away. Li Shishir glanced at Li Zhong with a strange gaze and followed. Li Zhong's body was trembling. The mocking gazes from the surroundings caused his face to be extremely gloomy. Li Zhong, he called you an idiot, and you can actually endure it. I really admire you. Right at this moment, the gray-clothed youth arrived beside Li Zhong and smiled lightly. Li En, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't try to sow discord here. In the next 2 days, I'll meet him sooner or later. I'll naturally defeat him and ruthlessly humiliate him. There's no need for your concern. Glancing coldly at Li Yan, Li Zhong brought Li Xiao and left. Li Yan's face sank as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. On the way back, "Little sister Kerr, did you see Li Fei today?" Li Shih asked the young girl beside her. "Li Fei?" The young girl was stunned. "Yeah, Li Fei, the #1 beauty of the inner court. But now that there's little sister Kerr, her #1 beauty of the inner court is no longer unique." Li Shih lightly smiled. "Big sister Shih, you're making fun of me again. I'm telling the truth." As the two women chatted, the topic shifted to Li and Duan Lingtian. "You have to be careful of that, Lian. Last year, at the clan's martial meet, no less than 10 inner court disciples were crippled by him." Li Shih had a serious expression as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. "Crippled?" A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. At that time, it wasn't certain who would be crippled. In the younger generation of the clan, Lian's strength is only below Li Qing, and he surpasses the other 3 core formation disciples. Seeing that Duan Lingtian didn't seem to mind, Li Shih reminded him once again. "Of the 5 core formation disciples, what's the cultivation of the strongest, Li Qing?" Duan Lingtian spoke, but he didn't discuss Lian, and instead shifted the topic to the strongest in the younger generation, Li Qing. Naturally, he's at the first level of the core formation stage. The reason Li Qing's strength is the strongest is because he cultivated the high-grade, profound, rank martial skill, Vajra Force Finger, to the mastery stage. Combined with his middle-grade, profound, rank movement technique and defensive martial skill at the perfection stage, he's invincible. He's also publicly acknowledged as the person with the highest comprehension ability in the younger generation of the clan. A trace of respect appeared in Li Shih's eyes as she slowly spoke. "High natural talent, cultivation increases rapidly. High comprehension ability, cultivation increases rapidly." It had to be said that Li Qing was a person with extremely high natural talent and comprehension ability. A profound rank middle grade movement technique and defensive martial skill at the perfection stage is equivalent to a profound rank high grade movement technique and defensive martial skill at the mastery stage. In terms of movement technique and defensive martial skill, he is superior to me by a level. In terms of offensive martial skills, I'm not afraid of his Vajra Force Finger by relying on my sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian slightly muttered to himself. However, if I explode with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, then my movement technique and defensive martial skill that are level lower than his might not be unable to contend with him. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he somewhat looked forward to it. This time, no matter what, he must obtain first place in the clan's martial meet. Not for the special honor, but for the 350-year-old blood Lingji. After returning home, just as they entered the courtyard, whoosh, whoosh, 2 bolts of lightning, 1 black and 1 white, came straight at them, respectively landing on Duan Lingtian's and Kerr's wrists, and then coiled up. The 2 little pythons nodded towards them in a human-like manner. "I'm really a bit reluctant to part with these 2 little things." Thinking about how he would have to send them back after the clan's martial meet ended, Duan Lingtian sighed. "I'm reluctant to part with them as well, but if I don't send them back, their father will surely be very sad." Kerr was also reluctant to part with them. Hiss hiss. Chapter 55. The next day, the clan martial meet continued. Although today's clan martial meet was more intense than yesterday, under the deliberate arrangement of the formless hand, the inner court disciples with stronger strength still didn't face each other. Duan Lingtian and Kerr also didn't meet any threatening opponents and continued to maintain their winning streak. When evening arrived, the results on the bulletin board had some changes compared to yesterday. Today, Duan Lingtian went up 1 more time than Kerr. Their points were equal, both with 57 points. Today, the ones with the highest points were still the 5 inner court disciples at the core formation stage, with 60 points each. After 2 days, the warm-up is finally over. Tomorrow will be the most exciting moment. An inner court disciple sighed. Everyone deeply agreed. Based on the current situation, tomorrow would definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. After returning home, Kerr went into the kitchen to help Li Ro cook. Duan Lingtian hadn't even warmed up his seat when he welcomed a few uninvited guests. "You're Duan Lingtian." The person in the lead seemed to be a shrewd, middle-aged man. "You are." Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "I'm Li Yi, the supervisor of the outer court. After all of you became inner court disciples, the clan has arranged a new residence for all of you in the inner court. It's just been cleaned up today. I've brought a few people here to see if there's anything you need help with." The middle-aged man's words were full of politeness. He didn't put on any airs and spoke to Duan Lingtian as an equal. He had heard of Duan Lingtian's strength and knew that this young man would have great achievements in the future, so he couldn't easily offend him. "Thank you, Uncle Li, but we don't have anything to move." Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked him. After informing the 2 beauties in the kitchen, the family moved to the inner court. The 2 beauties entered the kitchen of their new home and continued to prepare dinner. After sending Li Yi off, Duan Lingtian sized up his new home. The new home was very big, and the courtyard was very spacious. It was a few times bigger than the courtyard in the outer court. "In the future, I don't need to go to the martial arts practice field to cultivate my movement technique." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his figure moved. Spirit serpent movement. In the spacious courtyard, he began to cultivate his martial skill, tenacious as a spirit snake, swift as lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons flew out and scuttled up the big tree in the courtyard. They were incomparably happy. 2 lightning bolts, one black and one white, fell into Duan Lingtian's eyes, infinitely magnified. The spirit snake movement technique was originally a movement technique created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu based on snakes. It had an inseparable relationship with snakes. Last time, when I observed the little black snake's movements, it was as if I was enlightened. This was the reason why I was able to combine it with the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and dark spirit fruit to cultivate the spirit serpent form to the highest level overnight, breaking through to the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. The spirit snake transformation is related to snakes, and the spirit snake movement technique is also related to snakes. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps soon Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons playing on the big tree. With their flexible bodies, he tried his best to imitate their movements. Sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was swift. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian deeply felt that this method was really useful, although there was still a long way to go before his spirit snake movement technique broke through to the mastery stage. But Duan Lingtian could still feel that his spirit snake movement technique was advancing rapidly. "You 2 little things, when the clan martial meet ends tomorrow, I'll make some good food for you 2. Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and was in a great mood. "Duan Lingtian." A familiar voice sounded from outside the courtyard. "How did you know we moved here?" When he arrived outside the courtyard and saw Li Shishir, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "You 2 aren't the only ones who moved here. Don't forget, I'm also an inner court disciple now." Li Shishir smiled. "You mean..." Duan Lingtian was stunned. "From now on, we'll be neighbors," Li Shishir said again. "Sister Shishir, you moved next door to our house?" At this time, the young girl who was carrying the dishes heard Li Shishir's words and was slightly excited. Her small face was flushed red. "Yes, little sister Kerr, from now on, we'll be able to walk together more." Li Shishir smiled and nodded. As she spoke to Ko'er, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Duan Lingtian. But she was destined to be disappointed. "Kerr, you 2 chat. I'll go help my mother carry the dishes." Duan Lingtian said to Kerr and went into the kitchen. After the dishes were served. Sure, eat with us. Li Ro looked at Li Sure and invited her. Aunt Ro, there's no need. My mother is still waiting for me at home. Little sister Kerr, I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. Li Sure declined Li Ro's invitation and went back home. After the meal, Duan Lingtian continued to practice the spirit serpent body technique in the courtyard. He understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot. The next morning, Duan Lingtian was escorted by Kerr and Li Sure to the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. Along the way, it was difficult to avoid attracting many jealous gazes. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would probably have died countless times. Now that he lived in the inner courtyard, it was not far from the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. So many people. Arriving at the martial arts practice field, Li Sure could not help but exclaim. The current martial arts practice field was full of people. There were young people, and many middle-aged people and old people. Not only that, on the high platform surrounded by 30 arenas, other than the 3 chief judges, there was an additional middle-aged man and a few old people. Duan Lingtian looked over. The middle-aged man's face was firm, his expression was dignified without being angry. He wore a green robe with golden edges. His temperament was extraordinary. He sat at the centermost position on the high platform, and his identity was obvious, the Li clan's patriarch Liao. As for the other old people, since they were able to sit at Liao's side, their identities were surely extraordinary as well. They were probably elders or first-rate figures. I never imagined that even the patriarch would personally come. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Quiet. Not long after, Patriarch Liao stood up and sent a voice transmission into the ears of everyone present. It was another voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. This patriarch, who looked to be around 50 years old, was actually an expert at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above. Although the entire martial arts practice field was filled with people, it was now deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell upon the clan leader, Liao. These gazes, there was fanaticism, reverence, shock. I'm very happy that after a year, I'm once again able to witness the unparalleled elegance of our Li clan's younger generation. After today, this year's clan martial meet will officially come to an end. The top 10, top 5, and first place will be personally rewarded by me. Let's not waste any more time. Judges, let's begin. After he finished speaking, Liao sat back down. Streams of people flowed around the surroundings of the 30 combat arenas. The 2 people whose names were called out successively ascended the combat arenas and engaged in an intense battle. The victor wins 1 point, and the loser loses 1 point. An entire morning passed. Although the few people he encountered later on weren't weak, Duan Lingtian still maintained his winning streak. At noon, he already had 73 points. 86 points was a perfect score. He hadn't lost until now. In other words, amongst the 86 inner court disciples, only 13 people remained that hadn't encountered him. Kerr was the same, maintaining her winning streak. Until now, no one had been able to dodge the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand. Before long, Kerr ascended the stage once again. This time her opponent, Li Wen. On the combat arena, Li Wen gazed at the slender and elegant young girl, slightly embarrassed. The young girl stood in place with a calm expression. Li Wen moved. Unfettered steps. The strength of an ancient mammoth completely exploded, and his figure flashed towards the young girl. Sword drawing technique. The young girl also moved, and a violet sword light flashed, welcoming Li Wen. In the air, an ancient mammoth's silhouette was faintly discernible. Whoosh! Li Wen hastily dodged. The light, yet sharp sword whistle caused his expression to instantly change, and he didn't dare to lightly face the young girl's attack head-on. He actually dodged it. In the past 3 days, Li Wen is the first person to dodge her sword. As expected of the former top 3 in the outer court, He indeed has some strength. Around the combat arena, the crowd discussed. There were also people who guessed that Kaer might be defeated. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. No one was clearer than him about Ker's strength. Besides the sword-drawing technique that was comparable to a middle-grade, profound, rank sword skill at the mastery stage, Ker's high-grade, profound, rank, defensive martial skill, grafting and movement technique, wave-like subtle steps had both been cultivated to the initial stage. Even he couldn't help but be surprised by Ker's natural talent and comprehension ability. In terms of cultivation, Ker and Li Wen were on par. In terms of movement technique, there wasn't much difference. In terms of defensive martial skill, she completely crushed Li Wen. In terms of offensive martial skill, she completely crushed Li Wen. Up until now, Ker had only executed the sword-drawing technique, and she hadn't executed any other martial skills. On the combat arena, Li Wen's figure flashed ceaselessly, as if he was looking for Ker's flaws. Instantly his eyes lit up. Heart Destruction Palm. He struck out with a palm that carried the power of heart destruction, and it blasted onto Ker's back. Just when most people thought that Ker would be seriously injured, and some even scolded Li Wen for being cruel and ruthless. Grafting. A faint defensive chi barrier flickered on Ker's body. Boom! Li Wen's full-force palm strike blasted onto Ker's defensive chi barrier. In an instant, his strength was diverted by the defensive chi barrier and swept into the air. The defensive chi barrier shattered. The young girl's light green clothes fluttered slightly. She was unharmed. Whoosh! The sword-drawing technique reappeared. The young girl's violet meteorite flexible sword landed on Li Wen's throat, and it was just a hair's breadth away from tearing it apart. At this moment, Li Wen's face was wooden. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Ker wins. The referee also revealed a surprised expression, and it took him a long time to react before he hurriedly announced the result. The crowd around the combat arena was flabbergasted, and they couldn't believe that all this was real. Such a frail and delicate body was actually able to block Li Wen's profound, rank, middle, grade, martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, which was at the mastery stage. Unbelievable! Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. He had long guessed that this would be the result. To defeat Li Wen, Ker didn't even need to use a movement technique. Chapter 56. Li Wen's offensive martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, was at the same level as Ker's defensive martial skill, Substitution. The same spear, the same shield. If the two of them were to fight head-on, the final result would only be mutual destruction. Earlier, when Ker's defensive chi barrier completely dispersed the force of Li Wen's palm strike, it had completed its mission, and before Li Wen could catch his breath, Ker's sword-drawing arts could easily kill him. So, Ker's victory wasn't surprising. This little girl has such a brilliant sword skill. That defensive martial skill of hers should be a high, grade, profound, rank martial skill without a doubt. On the high platform, Patriarch Lieo's gaze descended onto the young girl, and he was slightly surprised. Yeah, although her sword skill is always that one strike, its might is extraordinary. Moreover, it seems to have a lot of room for improvement. An old man at the side nodded in agreement. I've noticed this little girl since long ago. She and that Duan Lingtian were both recommended by the Fresh Breeze Town branch family. The Fresh Breeze Town branch family can be considered to have done a great service this time. The head judge, the white-browed old man, lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian, I heard that this kid once relied on a miraculous sword skill to defeat the youngest son of the Lin clan's patriarch with a cultivation at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. The eyes of another old man beside Liao emitted a bright light. There is indeed such a thing. The white-browed old man lightly smiled as he nodded. Duan Lingtian, Li Kuang. The judge's voice spread out and attracted the attention of many outer court disciples. For a moment, a group of outer court disciples started to swarm over from all over and surrounded the combat arena that Duan Lingtian and Li Kuang were at. It was extraordinarily bustling. They were extremely looking forward to this battle. No matter if it was Li Kuang or Duan Lingtian, they weren't unfamiliar with them. Li Kuang, the former #1 disciple in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, a branch family disciple that had just arrived at the main clan 2 months ago, had once defeated Lin Qi, who was equally famous as Li Kuang in the Lin clan's outer court. Relying on this battle, he became famous in the outer court. Li Kuang, this name was something Duan Lingtian had heard of many times. Today, however, was the first time he saw Li Kuang in person. Li Kuang was around 17 years old, tall, with a strong back and a bare waist and a pair of bright eyes. Duan Lingtian, a few days ago when I just returned from the misty forest, I heard of your deeds. Needless to say, the fact that you were able to defeat Lin Qi really surprised me. However, if you think that you can defeat me with this, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Kuang's words was extremely straightforward. He didn't beat around the corner, is that so? Duan Li's Kuang on Li. This Li Kuang was rather. On the high platform, to head to on, to the on, to level to on. Patriarch Li Ao took a few more glances at the purple-clothed youth on the combat arena. Yes, it's him. He defeated Lin Qi when he was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Now that he's broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Li Kuang shouldn't be his match. The white-browed old man lightly nodded. That might not be the case. It said that Li Kuang stayed in the mist forest for a few months, fighting wild beasts all day long, so he must have broken through. The other old man didn't agree. On the combat arena, Li Kuang's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! With a pull of his arms, his body flashed out like the wind, and like a rock spreading its wings, he flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Above his head, an ancient mammoth silhouette dashed out with a fierce aura. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At the instant Li Kuang's figure flashed, he saw through it. In terms of speed, the level of Li Kuang's movement technique wasn't inferior to his spirit serpent movement technique. Army obliteration palm. Li Kuang arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and his palm carried the force to split open a mountain as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. It's time to end this, Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette of an ancient colossus took shape above his head. His right palm casually placed on his left waist, Duan Lingtian stood in his original position, as motionless as a mountain, facing Li Kuang's palm. He didn't dodge. It was as if he was planning to take Li Kuang's palm head-on. The spectators around the combat arena were all astonished. Was this Duan Lingtian crazy? Li Kuang's army obliteration palm was a profound martial skill at the perfection stage. It was easy for it to split open a mountain. This Duan Lingtian wanted to take it head-on with his body? On the high platform. What is this little guy trying to do? Patriarch Li Ao's face was filled with astonishment. He had lived for half of his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Could it be that his defensive martial skill isn't inferior to Li Kuang's army obliteration palm? The old man beside him was also dumbfounded. On the combat arena, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold smile appeared on Li Kuang's face as his palm slammed down. It was only a meter away from hitting Duan Lingtian's chest, in Li Kuang's opinion, unless Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill wasn't inferior to his army obliteration palm. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to take his palm head-on. However, in the Aurora City's Li family, there was only one person under the age of 20 who could cultivate a defensive martial skill to the same level as his army obliteration palm. That person was already 19 this year, and Duan Lingtian was only 16. In his opinion, the possibility of this happening was extremely small. Is he crazy? On the combat arena, unlike Kerr's blind confidence in Duan Lingtian, Li Shishir's face was filled with worry. Li Kuang was an existence that was even stronger than her. Even if her high-grade, profound, martial skill shadow sword was cultivated to the initial stage, she still didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Kuang with her 3-foot-long sword. Under the gazes of the crowd, at the moment of imminent peril, Duan Lingtian moved. His right arm, which was casually placed on his left waist, abruptly swung in a circle and directly swung forward. He didn't use a martial skill. It was just a casual swing of his arm. Bang! In the next moment, everyone saw. Duan Lingtian's right arm fiercely smashed onto Li Kuang's chest, shattering the defensive chi barrier that instantly appeared on Li Kuang's body. Li Kuang's palm was only an inch away from Duan Lingtian's chest, and in the end it was unable to land. Whoosh! Li Kuang's body was fiercely sent flying by Duan Lingtian's swing of his right arm. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, Li Kuang collided with the side of the high platform, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood before falling to the ground. Satisfying, Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Although he didn't use a martial skill, he used an enormous strength of 18,000 jin, under the premise that he didn't draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. His right arm swung out and firmly smashed onto Li Kuang's chest, sending Li Kuang flying. Needless to say, this feeling was too satisfying. There was a feeling of his blood boiling. Soon, he discovered, including Patriarch Li Ao and the others on the high platform, everyone who had witnessed the battle between him and Li Kuang maintained a dazed expression at this moment. Only when he leaped off the combat arena did everyone react. F***K. Freak. He didn't even use a martial skill. A casual swing of his right arm was able to break through Li Kuang's mastery stage defensive martial skill and send Li Kuang flying. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a body-tempering stage martial artist? Is he really a human monster? Those who reacted were all dumbstruck. If Duan Lingtian was a core formation stage martial artist, they wouldn't be surprised if he relied on origin energy and the strength of his body to accomplish this. But Duan Lingtian didn't use origin energy and only casually swung his arm with the strength of his body. It was truly inconceivable. How did he do it? On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao and the other old men looked at each other. They all had the same question in their hearts. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian was born with godly strength? An old man took a deep breath as he guessed. That's the only possibility. I can feel that the strength of his casual swing of his right arm far exceeds 15,000 pounds. I estimate that he's only a little bit away from being able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. Li Ao nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, even if one is born with godly strength at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage, one's strength would at most be 1,000 to 2,000 pounds more than an ordinary person. This Duan Lingtian is really strange. Another old man said. At the side of the combat arena, the crowd parted to form a path. It won't affect your competition for the top 10, right? Duan Lingtian walked over to Li Kuang, who was leaning on the high platform and panting for breath, and smiled amiably. After all, he had no enmity with Li Kuang. It won't. Li Kuang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, his defensive martial skill helped him resist most of the force. Otherwise, his injuries wouldn't be so light. He had no choice but to accept Duan Lingtian's strength. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was simply a monster. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. It's all thanks to you showing mercy and not using a martial skill. Otherwise, I'd probably really have no fate with the top 10. Li Kuang sighed. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly and returned to Ker's side. What? Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he noticed the strange gaze of Li Shishir, who was beside Ker. Monster. Li Shishir held back for a long time before spitting out 2 words. Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but freeze. Actually, it wasn't only Li Shishir who thought this way. Most of the surrounding people were sizing up Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a monster. Brother, This Duan Lingtian actually became so much stronger after breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Not far away, Li Xiao looked at Li Zhong beside him with an unsightly expression. I didn't expect it either. Li Zhong's eyes flickered, and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As far as he was concerned, it was only interesting this way. If Duan Lingtian was too weak, how boring would it be? Brother, you shouldn't have. Li Xiao lowered his voice, and his tone contained a slight trace of complaint. What? Your wings have grown hard. You dare question my decision? Li Zhong's tone sank as he interrupted Li Xiao. No, no. Li Xiao's face went pale, and he hurriedly waved his hand. Even if it was, how would he dare admit it? On the other side, Brotherin, this kid's strength can't be underestimated. He defeated Li Kuang without using a martial skill. The green-clothed youth said to the gray-clothed youth beside him. Humph. So what? Just as I said to him before, as long as he hasn't stepped into the core formation stage, he can only be considered a mediocre martial artist. The gray-clothed youth sneered in disdain. Of course, brother N, you're a core formation stage martial artist. No matter how strong this kid is, he's only at the body tempering stage. He's naturally not a match for you. Chapter 57. The clan martial meet continued. After defeating Li Kuang, Duan Lingtian had 74 points. Later on, he encountered a few inner court disciples with decent strength, but they were all defeated by him. None of the body tempering stage martial artists were his match. Now, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 disciple under the core formation stage in the Li clan. Not long after, his points had already risen to 79 points. As for Kerr, she also had 77 points. Up until now, she had only lost one match. She lost to Li Kuang, although Kerr's cultivation and martial skill level were similar to Li Kuang's. However, Li Kuang was the former #1 disciple of the outer court and often went deep into the misty forest to fight with wild beasts. In terms of actual combat experience, he far surpassed Kerr. Young master. After being defeated by Li Kuang, the young girl was somewhat disappointed. Kerr, you lost because of your lack of experience. In other areas, you don't lose to Li Kuang. In the future, we'll go into the misty forest to fight with wild beasts, so your actual combat experience will naturally be abundant. Duan Lingtian consoled her. Okay. The young girl obediently nodded. As time passed, the clan martial meet entered its true climax. Duan Lingtian, Li Zhong. The referee's voice sounded out. Li Zhong. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth held a smile. His figure flashed as he flashed onto the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, we finally met. Today, I want to see what ability you have to actually dare say that you want to seize first place in the clan martial meet. Li Zhong also ascended the combat arena as he mocked. Duan Lingtian's match with an inner court disciple at the core formation stage attracted many spectators. Now, after hearing Li Zhong's words, the crowd was in an uproar. It can't be. Duan Lingtian's ambition is so great that he actually wants to seize first place in the clan martial meet? Does he really think that he, a mere body tempering stage martial artist, can defeat a core formation martial artist? Chi. No matter how strong a body tempering stage martial artist is, it's impossible for him to be a match for a core formation martial artist. Even if it's only at the first level of the core formation stage, just the origin energy it develops is comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. Yeah, the first level of the core formation stage can utilize the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Even though this Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad, it isn't strong to the point of being able to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He's too arrogant. Does he really think that those 5 core condensation disciples are made of paper? Now, let brother Li Zhong shatter his delusions and wake him up. Duan Lingtian didn't expect this either. Li Zhong's words would push him into the limelight. He had attracted the disdain of so many people, but he also understood. Now he could only rely on his own strength to prove himself and make these people completely shut up. First place in the clan martial gathering. He was determined to win. He would use his strength to prove everything. Li Zhong, whether or not I have the ability, you'll know once you try. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Zhong and said calmly, Of course I'll try. Not only will I try, I'll use one move to defeat you and let you experience the difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage. Li Zhong sneered. One move? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! Li Zhong moved. Origin energy bloomed from his legs as he directly utilized the strength of two ancient mammoths. With a leap, he flew straight towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was almost twice as fast as Li Kuang's movement technique. The movement technique that Li Zhong was currently executing was a set of high, grade, profound, rank movement technique called crossing the river on a reed. It was the reward he received for entering the top 10 in the clan martial meet a year ago. After spending a year, he cultivated it to the initial stage. He had always been proud of it. His speed is pretty fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone as his body trembled and suddenly flashed backwards. Suddenly, bang! Duan Lingtian's legs stomped on the ground and his entire body seemed to transform into a cannonball as he flew out. The silhouette of an ancient mammoth slowly condensed into form and appeared in the air above his head. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he met the menacing Li Zhong head-on. No matter if it was Patriarch Liao and the others on the high platform or the spectators, they all couldn't help but hold their breaths. Looking at this situation, Duan Lingtian intended to go head-to-head with Li Zhong. While flying, Duan Lingtian's upper body slightly leaned back and pulled back into the shape of a bow, as if transforming into a powerful large bow. Opposite him, Li Zhong was also carrying out a similar action. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian's right fist swung out in a straight line, carrying the force of a thunderclap. Howling tiger fist. Li Zhong also made his move, his right fist swinging out like a collapsing mountain. Bang! Fists collided. Li Zhong sneered as the force of his fist gushed out. In his opinion, in terms of martial technique realm, Duan Lingtian's Howling Tiger Fist was only at the large success stage, and his Howling Tiger Fist had already stepped into the great perfection stage. In terms of strength, his physical strength and elemental energy completely exploded, comparable to the strength of two ancient mammoths. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not bad, it was still inferior to the strength of two ancient mammoths, far inferior to him. At this moment, he seemed to have already heard the sound of Duan Lingtian's arm bones shattering. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian flying out. Humph! Seeing the cold smile at the corner of Li Zhong's mouth, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? In an instant, his fist force also gushed out. It collided with Li Zhong's fist force. Li Zhong's fist force instantly crushed Duan Lingtian's fist force and blasted towards Duan Lingtian's right arm. At this moment, if he didn't save it in time, Duan Lingtian's right arm at the very least would be fractured, at the very most it would be crippled. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian, who had long since been prepared, instantly circulated his defensive martial technique. After all, Li Zhong's fist force had collided with his fist force before, and at the same time it crushed his fist force, it also weakened quite a bit. The defensive chi shield of the initial stage, greater teleportation, was enough to completely withstand this fist force. Not only that, he even used the power of teleportation to return it all, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Presently, the scene on the combat arena was extremely strange in the eyes of outsiders. Seeing Li Zhong's fist suppress Duan Lingtian's fist, and was about to blast Duan Lingtian flying out in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's figure slightly paused, not moving in the slightest. On the other hand, Li Zhong's expression changed, and he flew out like an arrow that left the bow, landing at the edge of the combat arena and almost falling down. The surroundings of the death combat arena were completely silent. Most people found it hard to understand. Why would Li Zhong, who seemed to firmly have the upper hand, suddenly fly out? Could it be that he was going easy on Duan Lingtian? On the high platform, the high-grade, profound, rank, defensive martial skill this Duan Lingtian cultivates is completely different from that of the little girl by his side, and seems to be even more bizarre. Patriarch Li Ao's eyes flickered. With his cultivation, he naturally saw through some clues. Aren't they branch family disciples from Fresh Breeze Town? How could they possibly have so many high, grade, profound, rank martial skills? Moreover, these martial skills feel to be even more profound than the martial skills of our clan. The old man beside him was slightly surprised as well. Don't forget, they are all disciples with different surnames. This Duan Lingtian is even surnamed Duan. The surname Duan is extremely famous in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. You mean the Imperial City's Duan clan? If this Duan Lingtian is really a member of the Imperial City's Duan clan, then it wouldn't be strange for him to possess so many profound martial skills. But I'm very curious. If he really is a disciple of the Duan clan, then why would he be in the Fresh Breeze Town branch family and even be recommended to our Li clan? Maybe it's because of some other reason. After the clan martial meet, I'll send someone to the Fresh Breeze Town branch family to investigate at the side of the combat arena. Useless thing. You're really a disgrace to us core formation martial artists. The gray-clothed youth coldly glanced at the sorry figure of Li Zhong. Li En, you seem to be very dissatisfied with that Duan Lingtian. A hearty laugh came from afar as an azure-clothed youth walked over. Li Hu? Li An's pupils constricted when he saw the newcomer. Li, who was the same as him, an inner court disciple of the core formation stage that was participating in the clan martial meet. How is it? Have you lost confidence? Li Hu laughed. How could that be possible? He can only toy with trash like Li Zhong. Lian laughed in disdain. On the other side, this Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad. A slender and elegant young girl dressed in light purple clothes slightly moved her alluring red lips. Her tone contained a trace of surprise. The young girl had bright eyes and white teeth, possessing a peerless elegance. Humph, he's only a body-tempering stage martial artist. Beside the young girl stood a proud and aloof, white-clothed youth. From his words, it seemed as if he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Li Qing, he's not an ordinary body-tempering stage martial artist. When you were in the body-tempering stage, could you do what he did? I'm actually somewhat interested in him. What an interesting person. The young girl faintly smiled as her autumn eyes flickered with an enchanting luster. However, the young girl didn't notice. At this moment, the face of the white-clothed youth beside her became completely gloomy after hearing her words. His eyes even fell on the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena, flickering with a trace of ruthlessness. Not far away. Little Sister Kerr, did you already know that Duan Lingtian was so abnormal? Li Shishir noticed that the young girl beside her didn't seem to be the least bit surprised by Duan Lingtian's performance. Big Sister Shishir, how can you say that about young master? The young girl was slightly displeased. Okay, I won't say any more. Li Shishir hurriedly smiled apologetically as her gaze once again fell on the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, I really don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune you've accumulated to have such a good girl like Kerr by your side. Li Shishir faintly sighed. She understood that just based on this point, no one could replace Kerr's position in Duan Lingtian's heart. Brother! Li Zhao's expression was incomparably unsightly. His brother Li Zhong had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a head-on collision with Duan Lingtian on the combat arena. Li Zhong took a deep breath and slowly calmed his surging emotions. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your defensive martial skill is very peculiar. However, it's all over now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhong moved once again, crossing the river on a reed. His entire body nimbly leaped up, swift like the wind, unless your speed can surpass mine. Otherwise, I will be in an invincible position. Once I find a flaw in your defense, you will lose without a doubt. Li Zhong's voice transmitted out, as if it came from all directions. His figure flashed swiftly on the combat arena, interfering with Duan Lingtian's line of sight. You're so confident. Chapter 58. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and directly charged towards Li Zhong, who was flashing at high speed. Sword drawing arts. A cold and fierce violet sword light flashed, then flashed again and again. It was as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that had grown eyes, perfectly sealing off all of Li Zhong's paths of escape, causing Li Zhong to have nowhere to hide. Whoosh! The cold violet sword light was like a lover's caress as it brushed past Li Zhong's throat, causing his body to stiffen and his expression to greatly change. Li Zhong subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch his throat. The faint blood on his hand was so dazzling, so eye-catching. Duan Lingtian wins. The referee's voice sounded, mixed with a sense of surprise. I lost. Li Zhong glanced at the violet-clothed youth with a complicated gaze. Then, without saying a word, he jumped off the high platform. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth carried a trace of a faint smile from the beginning to the end. The battle with Li Zhong. From the beginning to the end, he didn't use the strength of two ancient mammoths. He held back. Doing this could be considered as challenging himself. No wonder I heard the outer court disciples say that Duan Lingtian's strongest point is his miraculous sword skill. Seeing it today, it really does live up to its reputation. The sword skill he displayed was exactly the same as the sword skill of the young girl by his side. However, the level of the sword skill displayed by the young girl was far inferior to his. Perhaps the young girl's sword skill was passed down to her by Duan Lingtian, defeating a first-level body-tempering inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. This Duan Lingtian has really set a precedent for our Li clan. Yeah, this kind of achievement is unprecedented in our Li clan. The crowd around the combat arena burst out into discussion. At this moment, no one dared to question the words of Duan Lingtian desiring to obtain first place. Duan Lingtian had the strength on the high platform. That little girl's sword skill has already caused me to have a whole new level of respect for her. I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian's sword skill would be even stronger. It's hard to imagine that a mere 16-year-old youth could cultivate his sword skill to such a level. Patriarch Liao sighed. Yeah, our Li clan has never produced an anomaly like him. The old man beside him nodded in agreement. He already has such strength at the age of 16. If he is given 2 more years, I wonder how much he will grow. The white-browed old man's eyes flashed with anticipation. After Duan Lingtian jumped down from the combat ring, he returned to Ker's side. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Beside Ker, there was another girl besides Li Shishir. The girl was about 18 years old. She was dressed in a light purple robe and had a slim waist. Her figure was enchanting, and every part of her body was just right, without a trace of excess fat. She was no less beautiful than Ker. Compared to Ker, she had a more mature charm. A pair of beautiful autumn eyes seemed to be mixed with boundless charm. With just one look, she could steal the souls of countless men. Duan Lingtian and the young girl looked at each other and couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. What an enchanting stunner! Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and his lower abdomen was slightly burning. Since coming to this world, he had always been in a state of abstinence, and had long been impatient if he was a little virgin in his previous life, It would have been fine, but he just had to be a dissolute soldier king who couldn't be without a woman. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased the restlessness in his heart. At this moment, he had already guessed the identity of the young girl. It must be the inner court's #1 beauty, Li Fei. Duan Lingtian discovered that behind Li Fei there was a white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth's age was similar to Li Fei's. He had an arrogant face, and from beginning to end, he didn't look Duan Lingtian in the eye. "Young master, this is big sister Li Fei." Kerr introduced her with a smile. "I guessed it. The inner court's #1 beauty. She lives up to her name." Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze once again fell on Li Fei's body, seeming to be somewhat fiery. Li Fei's willowy eyebrows slightly knitted. She was no stranger to Duan Lingtian's gaze. As long as she walked out of the Li family mansion, she would be able to detect similar gazes everywhere. This kind of gaze was what she hated the most. People who had this kind of gaze seemed to want nothing more than to pounce on her and remove all the restraints on her body. In an instant, a trace of coldness surfaced in her heart. To think that she had previously thought that he was different. She didn't expect that he was also a lecher. "Kerr, sure, let's talk again when we have time." Li Fei's autumn eyes that stared at Duan Lingtian became a bit colder, but when she looked at the two young girls at the side, the ice melted, as if it was the beginning of spring. As soon as her voice fell, she lightly moved and slowly walked away. Humph! It was also at this time that the white-clothed youth behind Li Fei, with a warning gaze, fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally ignored him. "Young master, look at you. You've scared off big sister Li Fei. She just wanted me to introduce you to her." Kerr's alluring red lips pouted, witty and cute, making one want to kiss and suck on them. Obviously, she had also noticed Duan Lingtian's frivolous gaze when he looked at Li Fei just now. Little sister Kerr, was he the one who scared big sister Li Fei away? Li Shirshir, who was at the side, was a bit slow to realize. When Kerr pulled her over and whispered to her for a while, she finally understood. Her gaze towards Duan Lingtian had a bit more hidden bitterness. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on her. "Her impression of me doesn't seem to be very good," looking at Li Fei's beautiful figure from afar. Duan Lingtian's mouth held a trace of a smile. It had to be said, after coming to this world, Li Fei was the second woman that moved his heart. The first was naturally Kerr. Only Kerr and Li Fei were completely different. If it was said that Kerr was a pure lily, Li Fei was that hot red rose, full of endless temptation. The clan martial meet was in full swing. At this time, Kerr and Li Shirshir met the inner court disciples of the core condensation realm, Li Zhong and Li, who one after another. After they stepped onto the martial arena, they directly admitted defeat. After all, they were not Duan Lingtian. "I admit defeat." When the referee called out Kerr and Lian's names, Lian stood on the martial arena, eagerly waiting for Kerr to step onto the stage. The young girl did not even have the interest to look at him, directly admitting defeat below the martial arena. From afar, he looked at the young girl holding the purple-clothed youth's hand, talking and laughing, treating him as if he was nothing. Duan Lingtian. Li En's face burned with jealousy as he gnashed his teeth. The referee's voice still rose and fell. "Li Zhong, Li Hu." The referee's voice came from the martial arena in front of Duan Lingtian. "Li Hu." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He had heard Li Shirshir mention before that Li, who was also an inner court disciple of the core condensation realm. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered. Li Hu and Li Zhong had not yet stepped onto the martial arena, and there was already a group of people surrounding them. Thinking about it, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. The battle between Li Zhong and Li, who was the first battle between core condensation realm martial artists since the start of this year's clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian saw Li Hu, a young man with a strong head and a strong brain, with a hint of cynicism between his brows. On the martial arena, Li Zhong, you should admit defeat. You can't even beat a body-tempering realm martial artist. Could it be that you want to win against me? Li, who had a lazy expression, and his words were not without sarcasm. Then let's see if you have the ability. Li Zhong sneered. This Li Hu, of all people, had completely infuriated him. Crossing the river on a reed, his figure moved, as if transforming into a gust of wind, pouncing towards Li Hu. Very quickly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Along with the movements of the two of them, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out above their heads with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. The two of them were evenly matched. In the end, Li Zhong saw Li Hu's flaw and blasted Li Hu out of the martial arena. Despicable! Li Hu cursed. He wanted to rush up and fight Li Zhong again, but he was stopped by the referee. Li Hu, didn't you say that I can't even beat a body-tempering realm martial artist? Now you can't even beat me, a body-tempering realm martial artist. What do you think? Li Zhong laughed with a face full of pride. At this time, many people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Li Hu's face flushed red, and in a fit of anger, he turned around and left. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian went on the arena a few more times. This allowed him to properly enjoy the treatment of a core condensation realm martial artist. His opponents admitted defeat one by one, until he met Li Hu. The moment Li Hu entered the martial arena, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel his restless mood. It seems that he wants to defeat me and wash away the humiliation of being defeated by Li Zhong. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he guessed the reason. However, even if Li Hu lost to Li Zhong because of carelessness, their true strength was actually about the same. Even Li Zhong wasn't Duan Lingtian's match. Li Hu was naturally no exception. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian defeated Li Hu and continued to maintain his strong winning streak. Li Fei, Li Zhong. The referee's voice came from behind. Duan Lingtian's eyes moved slightly as he held Ker's hand and walked over. Li Fei and Li Zhong's battle. Li Fei's figure seemed to transform into a flying red rose, attracting countless gazes and becoming the focus of attention. As a girl, being able to enter the core condensation realm at the age of 18 was indeed rare. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Li Fei's strength was actually higher than Li Zhong's in just 2 rounds. Li Zhong was forced to admit defeat repeatedly. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's lips. He didn't think that this beautiful and enchanting girl would have such strength. Li Hu Lian. Another battle between core condensation realm martial artists. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Lian defeated Li Hu in 1 round. Of course, he also knew that this had to do with Li Hu's mood. From the moment he stepped onto the combat arena to when he was defeated by Lian, he seemed to be unsettled. Obviously, he hadn't walked out of the shadow from before. Li Zhong, Li Qing. The battle between core condensation realm martial artists continued. He's Li Qing. Looking at the white-clothed youth on the combat arena, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this guy the shameless follower who followed behind Li Fei's butt? He could tell that Li Fei didn't seem to like paying attention to him. This Li Qing was obviously wishful thinking. Li Zhong admit defeat. On the combat arena, the white-clothed Li Qing arrogantly raised his head and looked down at Li Zhong with a condescending gaze. His tone was filled with dominance. Li Zhong's face sank and his eyes emitted anger, just when the origin energy in his legs bloomed and he was about to attack. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and his body couldn't help but tremble as his origin energy dissipated. Chapter 59. I admit defeat. Li Zhong originally had an imposing manner. Even though he knew he wasn't a match for Li Qing, he was fearless. But now, the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had condensed into form above Li Qing caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Li Qing had obviously stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. The sound of people gasping rose and fell around the combat arena. second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing had actually stepped into the second level of the core formation stage at the age of 18. It was shocking. Even last year's number one, Li Feng, had only broken through to the second level of the core formation stage not long ago. Li Qing's natural talent was even higher than Li Feng's. In terms of strength, he obviously surpassed Li Feng at this time last year, an 18-year-old second-level core formation disciple. Even in our Li clan's recent 100 years of history, there are only a handful. Yeah, Li Qing's natural talent is truly shocking. As expected of the Grand Elder's grandson, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. They were all shocked by the cultivation Li Qing displayed. Second level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This clan martial meet was getting more and more interesting. As the scorching sun gradually dimmed, the clan martial meet was approaching its end. Subsequently, two figures flashed onto the combat arena, Li Fei and Li Yin. In the battle between the two, Li Yin defeated Li Fei with a slight advantage. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows knit together, seeming to be slightly displeased. A few more matches passed. Duan Lingtian, Li Fei. The referee's voice sounded from afar. On the combat arena. We meet again. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His gaze was burning as he brazenly sized up Li Fei, who had a pretty face and a hot figure. Humph! Lecher. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Fei let out a low humph, and her beautiful face flushed red. Outside the combat ring. Oh my God, what am I seeing? Li Fei is blushing. She's actually blushing. Damn, it's true. Does she have some sort of relationship with Duan Lingtian? Otherwise, why would she blush the moment she sees him? They definitely have something going on. I think so too. Duan Lingtian really has good luck with women. There's a young girl by his side whose looks aren't inferior to Li Fei's, and now he's captured Li Fei's heart. The crowd was in an uproar. Li Fei was a famous beauty in the Li clan. She had countless pursuers, but she rarely looked at a man, let alone blushing in front of a man. If someone else had looked at her like Duan Lingtian did now, she would have shot him a murderous glare. But now, in front of Duan Lingtian, she actually blushed. Unbelievable. Li Qing, you've pursued Li Fei for so long, but she was still indifferent. Now, she seems to be rather interested in this Duan Lingtian. Li Yin arrived beside Li Qing and slowly spoke. As he spoke, his burning gaze flashed past the young girl nearby. However, the young girl's gaze was currently completely focused on the violet-clothed youth on the combat ring, and she didn't notice him at all. His face couldn't help but sink. Humph! Is he even qualified to compete with me? Li Qing sneered in disdain. His words showed that he didn't put Duan Lingtian in his eyes at all. Of course, you, Li Qing, have now broken through to the second level of the core formation stage. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian can't catch up to you, but you still have to be careful. He's skilled at coaxing women. Even Li Qing seems to have a soft spot for him. Li Yin added fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Li Qing looked at Li Yin with a cold and indifferent gaze. Li Yin was stunned. If I'm not wrong, you're interested in the young girl by Duan Lingtian's side, right? What? You don't have the confidence to deal with him, so you want to borrow my hand? Li Qing saw through Li Yin's thoughts. Him? Don't joke around. Let's see if he goes against you, or me first. If he goes against me first, I'll surely make him lose the strength to continue the battle, and you can save some effort as well. Li Yin wasn't embarrassed or annoyed when he was exposed, and he spoke in disdain. It's the same. If he goes against me first, he'll surely have no chance to battle you. Li Qing's gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth on the high platform, and killing intent flashed within his eyes before disappearing. On the combat ring, Li Fei naturally heard the discussions in the crowd, and she was both embarrassed and annoyed. Duan Lingtian, When Li Fei saw Duan Lingtian still using that gaze to size her up, her beautiful eyes instantly focused, and she lightly gritted her teeth as she shouted in embarrassment and anger. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and was stunned for a moment. This scene once again drew a wave of friendly laughter. Duan Lingtian, if you're unwilling to ruthlessly destroy a flower, then admit defeat. Someone in the surrounding crowd spoke out. Admit defeat? Little Fei, do you need me to admit defeat? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked towards Li Fei. Little Fei? For a moment, the gazes of the people present were filled with ambiguity when they looked at the two of them. Duan Lingtian. Li Qing's gaze was gloomy and cold, and the origin energy on his body became restless, choosing people to devour. On the combat ring, Li Fei couldn't restrain herself any longer, and she attacked in anger. She'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so shameless to actually call her by her nickname, of course. She was slightly curious in her heart. How did Duan Lingtian know her nickname? Fleeting Shadow. Li Fei's graceful and alluring figure moved, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning as she directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. Above her head, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Li Fei's speed was even slightly faster than Li Zhong's. In next to no time, Li Fei noticed. She'd already flashed to a spot not far from Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian actually didn't have any intention of dodging or making a move. Looking down on me! Slight embarrassment and anger arose in Li Fei's heart. Meteor fist. Beneath her violet sleeves, her pink fist swept out like a shooting star, and it descended towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. His fleshly body instantly erupted with an enormous strength of 28,000 pounds. Greater teleportation. He circulated his defensive martial skill, preparing to forcefully block Li Fei's fist. Bang! Li Fei's fist instantly smashed onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Li Fei was stunned. Duan Lingtian actually really didn't dodge, allowing her full force fist to smash down. She was slightly regretful. Did I use too much force? The strength of two ancient mammoths. Suddenly, waves of clamorous exclamations of surprise sounded out by Li Fei's ears. Li Fei didn't even have the time to react when she felt that the fist that descended onto Duan Lingtian's chest actually didn't even break through his defensive qi barrier. How can this be possible? Li Fei's beautiful eyes focused, and her alluring and beautiful face was filled with disbelief. She subconsciously raised her head and clearly saw. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, two ancient mammoth silhouettes were faintly discernible, 9th level of the body tempering stage. The strength of two ancient mammoths? Shock had just appeared on her alluring and beautiful face. In the next moment, she felt a boundless energy counterattack from the defensive qi barrier on Duan Lingtian's body and enter her fist. She couldn't be more familiar with this energy. It was precisely the strength of her meteor fist. Retreat! Duan Lingtian frowned as he realized that he'd gone a bit too far. His figure flashed as he hurriedly retreated. However, Li Fei didn't have time to retreat. Although Duan Lingtian had restrained most of the counterattack force, there was still a small portion that ignored the defensive qi barrier that appeared on the surface of Li Fei's body and passed through Li Fei's right arm to smash onto her body. Instantly, Li Fei's face went ghastly pale. Her entire body was like an arrow that left the bow as she flashed out and descended towards a corner of the combat arena. Not good. Suddenly, a wave of shocked shouts sounded out from outside the combat arena. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and his face went pale. Presently, the pale-faced Li Fei had no strength in her entire body and was completely unable to borrow strength in midair, whereas her falling body's head was smashing towards a nearby stone block at a corner of the combat arena. The squarish stone block had a sharp corner, and it was aimed right at Li Fei's head. If Li Fei were to collide with it, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the high platform, Patriarch Liao's face went pale as he prepared to go rescue Li Fei. However, he quickly stared blankly on the ground. At this moment, not only him, even everyone present who witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were dumbstruck. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that Li Fei was in danger. On the combat arena, the youth that seemed to have transformed into a spirit snake that flashed out displayed a shocking speed. This was especially so in the void above his head. The third ancient mammoth silhouette that suddenly condensed into form was so dazzling. No, impossible. Impossible! Lian looked at this scene from afar and shook his head in disbelief. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. On the combat arena, after noticing that Li Fei was in danger, Duan Lingtian didn't care about anything else. He exploded out with all his strength without holding back and displayed extreme speed as he flashed straight towards Li Fei. However, halfway there he noticed that his speed was still slightly slower. No. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned crimson red as he emitted a roar of unwillingness. On the high platform, Patriarch Liao and the few old men noticed this as well, and their faces went pale. However, at this moment, even if it was them, it was impossible for them to save Li Fei. The distance was too far. A trace of despair flashed past Li Fei's eyes as she flew out. Am I going to die? Suddenly, she saw the violet-clothed youth that was desperately flying towards her with a savage expression. At this moment, the youth's madness caused a trace of warmth to involuntarily arise in her heart. So it turns out that he wasn't so detestable. Ah! Duan Lingtian, who was swiftly flashing, suddenly shouted out explosively. The muscles on his entire body bulged, and his veins throbbed. Bang! He once again pushed off from the ground. At the instant his feet touched the ground, a scene instantly flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. On the screen, two small pythons, one black and one white, flew out nimbly like lightning, flashing past in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have caught onto something. At the instant Duan Lingtian's figure landed on the ground, his spirit serpent movement technique was forced by the situation to undergo a change. Mastery stage. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's speed increased explosively, and he was a step ahead of Li Fei as he flashed to the vicinity of the stone block. However, there wasn't much space left between Li Fei's head and the sharp corner of the stone block. Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and directly stuffed his body horizontally into it. Bang! Before he had the time to circulate his defensive martial skill, Li Fei's body had already crashed down into Duan Lingtian's embrace. Chapter 60. Are you all right? Li Fei's head collided with Duan Lingtian's chest, but she wasn't injured in the slightest. She raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with concern. The way Duan Lingtian risked his life to save her was still vivid in her mind. She was deeply touched. Big sister, can you get down first? You're so heavy, you should lose some weight. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. The intense pain that came from his back caused him to break out in cold sweat. Luckily, he'd cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and the transformation of his flesh, blood, and bones was far from what an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist could compare to, so his bones weren't injured. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red. She was puzzled in her heart. Was she really that heavy? Under numerous dubious gazes, Li Fei got down from Duan Lingtian's body. You're so heavily injured. Raising her hand to help Duan Lingtian up, Li Fei's face went ghastly pale as she looked at the open wound on Duan Lingtian's back. Don't worry, I won't die. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and stood up shakily. Thank you. Li Fei was silent for a moment before speaking. Can you give me something more practical? Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. What do you want? Li Fei was stunned. Give yourself to me. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again became burning. Bah! Li Fei's face flushed red, as if blood would drip out. Cough, cough. The judge's light cough sounded out, breaking the gentle and charming atmosphere between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Do the two of you still want to continue? It was obvious that even the referee could not stand the flirting between the two of them. No need, I admit defeat. Li Fei shook her head, then supported Duan Lingtian down the combat arena. She moved lightly, deeply afraid of touching Duan Lingtian's injuries. Young master, are you okay? Kerr and Li Shishir greeted him with worried expressions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by three women. Countless envious and jealous gazes fell on Duan Lingtian from all directions. Almost every man present wished that the one injured wasn't Duan Lingtian, but themselves in this way he could replace Duan Lingtian. Fei, are you okay? Li Qing came to Li Fei and asked with concern. Li Qing, I've told you many times, call me Li Fei. Li Fei frowned slightly in displeasure. She focused on cooperating with Kerr and helped Duan Lingtian treat the wound on his back from beginning to end. He didn't even look at Li Qing. Li Qing's face sank as he took a deep breath. Duan Lingtian, I hope this little injury isn't enough to make you give up on the following battles. Li Qing's gloomy gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, my goal is first place. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Qing without the slightest fear. Humph. Li Qing snorted coldly as he turned around and left. He was truly afraid that if he stayed even a moment longer, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from ruthlessly killing Duan Lingtian. After Li Fei's danger was resolved, the attention of everyone present moved onto Duan Lingtian. Today, Duan Lingtian gave them too great of a shock. First, he defeated a core formation inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. After that, he even drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 9th level of the body tempering stage, possessing the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. They had never heard of such a thing, not to mention that, after that, in order to save Li Fei from danger, Duan Lingtian erupted once again, and even a 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette appeared from beginning to end. They didn't see Duan Lingtian use origin energy. In other words, Duan Lingtian, 9th level of the body tempering stage, possessing the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that what they saw earlier was true. No wonder Duan Lingtian threatened to fight for first place. So it turns out that he's so strong. Yeah, even though Li Qing is at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, when Li Qing attacks with his full strength, it's only comparable to the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. In this aspect, Duan Lingtian isn't inferior to him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's martial skills are very strong, so defeating Li Qing isn't impossible. I have confidence in Duan Lingtian as well. The crowd whispered in discussion. Many people thought highly of Duan Lingtian. These words were incomparably ear-piercing to Li Qing's ears. His face sank, killing intent flickered in his eyes, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins throbbed. Duan Lingtian! Even though he was surprised that Duan Lingtian possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, he still didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only a 16-year-old kid after all. To possess such strength, he surely had a fortuitous encounter, a branch family disciple with slightly better luck. How could he possibly be a match for him, a genius of the Li clan? I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian had concealed so much strength. Being defeated by him wasn't an injustice. Li Zhong's gaze was complicated as he sighed. Then he looked towards Li Shao, who had a dumbstruck expression. Behave yourself in the future and don't provoke him. We can't afford to offend him. Li Zhong warned. Yes. Li Shao smiled bitterly as he nodded. I didn't expect that his true strength would be so strong. To think that I took him to be my opponent at the beginning. Li Wen gazed at the violet-clothed youth in the distance, and his mood was unable to calm down for a long time. He originally thought that cultivating the unfettered steps, to the mastery stage would be sufficient to defeat Duan Lingtian. Now it seemed that all of this was just a joke. On the high platform, I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian would be able to utilize the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Patriarch Lieo's expression became slightly serious. Duan Lingtian's true strength had completely exceeded his expectations. According to common sense, he must have had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a treasure of the heavens and earth. Only then would he be able to possess such monstrous strength. The old man beside him guessed. I think so too. The white-browed old man nodded in agreement. The clan martial meet continued. Li Qing, Li Fei. The voice of the judge sounded out. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Li Fei, who was helping Duan Lingtian clean his wounds. I admit defeat. Li Fei didn't even raise his head as he continued to carefully clean Duan Lingtian's wounds. Li Qing wins. Although Li Qing won, he wasn't happy in the slightest. His gloomy gaze never left the violet-clothed youth in the distance. Nearby, I hope that Duan Lingtian encounters Li Qing first. Li An's heart was restless and uneasy. When Duan Lingtian made his move and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, he felt powerless in his heart. He knew his limits. Duan Lingtian wasn't someone he could deal with. Brother-in, this Duan Lingtian concealed his strength too deeply. The green-clothed youth at the side had a lingering fear in his heart. He had almost made a move against Duan Lingtian last time. Now that he thought about it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Whoosh! After Kerr and Li Fei treated his wounds, Duan Lingtian consumed a 9th-grade gold injury pill, and his injuries gradually improved. After all, he didn't injure his muscles and bones, so he quickly recovered by more than half and wouldn't affect the following battle. Duan Lingtian Lian. The voice of the judge sounded out at the right time. Li An's expression changed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Be careful. Before Duan Lingtian prepared to ascend the combat arena, Li Fei lightly reminded him. It seems that my injuries were quite worth it. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me. I still have many things I want to do. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei with a burning gaze. After the latter flirtatiously rolled her eyes at him, only then did he ascend the combat arena. Kerr, this Duan Lingtian is a womanizer. Aren't you angry? Li Shir held Kerr's hand and walked to the side, avoiding Li Fei as she asked in a low voice. Big sister Shir, as long as there's a corner of young master's heart that belongs to me, I'm satisfied. Kerr lightly smiled. Hearing this, Li Shir was speechless. Where did this Duan Lingtian get such great charm to make Kirby so dead set on him? On the combat arena, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian with a calm gaze. Lian took a deep breath. His mind was filled with the scene of Duan Lingtian drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the 2nd level of the core formation stage. His martial skill level wasn't inferior to his. I admit defeat. Although unwilling, Lian still made his decision. If he really made a move, he didn't know what Duan Lingtian would do to him. If Duan Lingtian were to be ruthless, then the losses would outweigh the gains. He didn't dare to gamble. Instantly, the surroundings of the combat arena were filled with boos. Li An's strength was publicly acknowledged as number 2 in the Li family's younger generation. But now he didn't even have the courage to battle Duan Lingtian. Too cowardly. Noticing the disdainful gazes from the surroundings, Lian took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart. His eyes of hatred carried an icy cold gaze as they flashed past Duan Lingtian. Li and Li Qing. After a few more matches, the referee's voice sounded out once more. This time, Lian directly admitted defeat as well. Li Qing wins. Along with the passage of time, dusk arrived. Li Qing, Duan Lingtian. Under the anticipation of everyone, The most exciting moment had finally arrived. Two youths that possessed the strength of three ancient mammoths would raise the climax of this year's clan martial meet. His white clothes fluttered as Li Qing already stood on the combat arena. His condescending gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, filled with contempt and disdain. This Li Qing is really arrogant. Duan Lingtian's face slightly sank, but just when he was about to stride out and ascend the combat arena, Duan Lingtian, a condensed voice entered into his ears. He quickly noticed that the surrounding people didn't seem to notice. In other words, only he was able to hear this voice. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian found out. Martial artists at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and above all had the ability to condense sound into a line. The owner of the voice was none other than Lien. It was precisely the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao. Duan Lingtian slightly raised his head to look at Li Ao on the high platform with a puzzled expression, not knowing what Li Ao wanted to do. Li Ao was looking at him as well. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can admit defeat for this match. Li Ao's words caused Duan Lingtian to frown. Admit defeat? Impossible. His goal was the reward for first place, the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Asking him to give it up now was something he couldn't do. I know this is making things difficult for you, but I promise you that I'll privately compensate you with a reward for first place. How about it? Chapter 61. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The reason he wanted to fight for first place in the clan martial meet was for the generous rewards. Now, Patriarch Li Ao wanted him to admit defeat and even promised to compensate him with an equivalent reward, logically speaking. Since Li Ao had already said this, he had to give Li Ao some face no matter what. But now that he was standing on the combat arena, looking down on him, the youth in white really made him unhappy. He could imagine how proud Li Ao would be if he admitted defeat. On the high platform, Li Ao frowned. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was unmoved, he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind about something. Duan Lingtian, besides compensating you for being first place, I will also give you a promise. In the future, I will unconditionally promise you something that is within my ability and is reasonable. How about it? Li Ao took the last step. Li Ao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved. Patriarch Li Ao's promise. That was something that couldn't be bought with money. He didn't expect that Patriarch Li Ao would make such a concession in order to let Li Qing obtain first place in the clan martial meet. Of course, he could guess the reason why Li Ao did this. The Li clan's annual clan martial meet had always been the most important. If the first place in the clan martial meet was obtained by a disciple with another surname, it would inevitably become a topic of ridicule. The Li clan couldn't afford to lose face like this. No matter what, Li Ao was still the patriarch of the Li clan. If Duan Lingtian still wanted to continue staying in the Li clan, no matter what, he had to give Li Ao some face. In addition, Li Ao had already made such a concession. If he still wasn't willing, then it wouldn't be justifiable. I admit defeat. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke calmly and then retreated to the side of the three girls. To him, his goal this time was to obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Now that he had obtained the blood Lingji, it could be considered a success. As for the title of first place, he didn't really care. Admit defeat? The people who were looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Qing were completely stunned. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat? This, ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared, he had been a dark horse, dominating everything without fear, and now he actually admitted defeat. This contrast was unbearable for most of the people present. On the combat ring, hearing Duan Lingtian admit defeat, Li Qing was also stunned for a moment. To think that I even thought of him as an opponent. Now, it seems that he is simply not worthy of being my opponent. Li Qing looked at the purple-clothed youth who was surrounded by the three women in the distance. The disdain in his eyes deepened, and there was a faint trace of jealousy. Below the combat arena, it was clamorous. Duan Lingtian actually admitted defeat. What a surprise! I was wrong about him. I didn't think that he didn't even have the courage to fight Li Qing. To think that he even possesses the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. He's really impressive, but useless. There's still a difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage in the end. Li Qing is worthy of being the #1 disciple of our Li family's younger generation. His reputation is well-deserved. The discussions in the crowd were one-sided. Even those people who thought highly of Duan Lingtian before had now turned around and belittled Duan Lingtian to their heart's content while praising Li Qing. Duan Lingtian, why did you admit defeat? Li Shishir's beautiful brows knit together. She found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's decision. She even felt that the current Duan Lingtian was so unfamiliar. The Duan Lingtian she knew, the Duan Lingtian she liked, wasn't the type of person that fled at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's image in her heart plummeted. If I want to admit defeat, then so be it. Duan Lingtian said casually, You. Li Shishir was exasperated. She stomped her feet and angrily walked away. Don't you find it strange? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other 2 girls that hadn't spoken since the beginning. Young master must have his reasons for doing this. Kerr said with a slight smile, You've received a lot of benefits from the patriarch. Li Fei looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. How did you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked at this enchanting and beautiful girl with slight surprise. The girl smiled mysteriously. Fei. Unknowingly, Li Qing had once again come to Li Fei's side. His burning gaze fell on Li Fei. Li Fei didn't pay attention to him. Fei, this branch family disciple, who doesn't even have the courage to fight with me, isn't worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath. His tone was filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Li Qing, whether he's worthy of me or not, it has nothing to do with you. But I know that I will never choose you. So, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Don't bother me in the future. Li Fei looked at Li Qing with disgust. Let's go over there. Li Fei called out to Duan Lingtian and Kerr. Duan Lingtian nodded. Before he left, he didn't forget to look at Li Qing and smile. His smile caused Li Qing's face to darken. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The killing intent in Li Qing's eyes was naturally detected by Duan Lingtian. Only, Li Qing's killing intent, in his view, could only be considered as a child playing house. This Li Qing, he estimated that he hadn't even killed anyone before. Within his killing intent, there wasn't the slightest smell of blood. Following the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Qing, Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. The Li clan's clan martial meet was nearing its end. The final results were out. The top 10 of this year's clan martial meet were: first, Li Qing, 86 points. Second, Duan Lingtian, 84 points. Third, Li Yin, 82 points. Fourth, Li Fei, 80 points. Fifth, Li Zhong, 78 points. Sixth, Li Hu, 76 points. Seventh, Li Kuang, 74 points. Eighth, Li Shishir, 72 points. Ninth, Kerr, 70 points. 10th, Li Wan, 68 points. In the battle between Kerr and Li Shishir, Kerr didn't go on stage and directly admitted defeat. In her eyes, Li Shishir was her good friend. She didn't want to fight her. Next, the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, would personally give out the rewards. When they returned home, Duan Lingtian's group was still 3 people, but Li Shishir wasn't among them. Li Fei replaced Li Shishir. Inner court martial arts practice field. Li Qing stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. He gazed from afar at Li Fei and the violet-clothed youth talking and laughing as they walked away side by side. Li Qing, how about we join forces and find a chance to teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson? Unknowingly, Lian had arrived by Li Qing's side and made a suggestion. Humph. Li Qing coldly glanced at Li En with a face full of disdain. Li En, you're the same as him. Both of you have lost to me. Do you think I'd join forces with you, a loser, to deal with another loser? Li Qing's nose was raised higher than the sky as he spoke to Li En in a condescending tone. Since you're not interested, then forget it. Li En laughed awkwardly before turning around and leaving. At the instant he turned around, his expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes flickered with a breathtaking cold light. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just entered the house. Swish, swish, 2 little pythons, one black and one white, flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian and Kerr and coiled around their wrists. Then they stuck out their little heads and sized up the peerlessly beautiful young girl with an enchanting figure, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. These are snakes that you raised? Li Fei was slightly surprised when she saw the scene. So cute. Under Duan Lingtian's slightly stunned gaze, Li Fei stretched out her hand to stroke the little black snake that coiled around his wrist. The little black snake closed its eyes in enjoyment. After a short moment, the little black snake's figure flashed and actually coiled around Li Fei's wrist. Perverted snake. Duan Lingtian looked at the little black snake with a gaze filled with jealousy. Tian Kerr, this is? At this time, Li Ro also walked out of the room, and her gaze was completely attracted by Li Fei. Li Fei was really too outstanding. In terms of appearance, she wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Kerr. Moreover, because of her age, the 18-year-old Li Fei had already completely displayed the charm of a woman. Mother, this is your future daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian chuckled. Hello, Aunt Ro, I'm Li Fei. Unhappily glaring at Duan Lingtian, Li Fei smiled and greeted Li Ro. Good. You guys have a good chat. I'll go prepare dinner. Li Ro's face bloomed with a smile as she entered the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Kerr also followed in. Little Fei, you still haven't told me. How did you know that I purposely admitted defeat after receiving benefits from the patriarch? Duan Lingtian's eyes stared closely at Li Fei. Why should I tell you? Li Fei rolled her eyes at him. You are my future daughter-in-law. Why are you asking so many questions? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Pei, you're shameless who's your daughter-in-law. Li Fei simply ignored Duan Lingtian and stretched out her jade hands, gently teasing the 2 little pythons. The little pythons were not afraid of strangers at all and played happily in Li Fei's hands. As a former Playboy soldier, Duan Lingtian could naturally see that ever since he saved Li Fei on the battle arena, Li Fei's attitude towards him was completely different. If it was in the past, Li Fei would have already been angry if he was so frivolous. He believed, as long as he put in a little more effort, he would definitely be able to completely conquer this peerless beauty in front of him. Not long after, someone came to visit. They brought a long box. Duan Lingtian opened it and smiled with satisfaction. He did not expect that the patriarch Li Ao's efficiency was so high and delivered the thing so quickly. This is 350 years old blood, Lingji mushroom. Li Fei recognized the blood, Lingji mushroom lying in the box and was stunned for a while before looking at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Didn't you guess it? Duan Lingtian smiled. The reward you received this time is more than Li Qing. Li Qing only received a reward for ranking first, but you received 2 rewards for ranking first and top 3 at the same time. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. How is it, me being your man, I won't embarrass you, right? Duan Lingtian chuckled, and his fiery gaze fell on Li Fei's towering peaks, and his lower abdomen slightly heated up. Where are you looking at? Li Fei frowned, and her enchanting face blushed all the way to her neck. You're so beautiful. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried, and he took a deep breath to calm his restless emotions. Really, even pearls are not so real. Didn't you say that I should go on a diet? I lied to you. Chapter 62. Although Duan Lingtian and Li Fei didn't have any actual progress for the time being, but based on the current situation, Li Fei no longer rejected him. To him, this was good news. Now, what he had to do was to strike while the iron was hot. Tomorrow afternoon, I plan to make a trip to the misty forest with Kerr. Are you interested? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei, "You want me to be a third wheel? I'm not going." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Then forget it. I originally wanted to bring you to see the snow python, a ferocious beast comparable to a nascent soul stage expert. That's something that's hard to come by in one's lifetime." Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. "What, snow python?" Li Fei's autumn eyes lit up, and her enchanting and beautiful face became slightly excited. She had also heard the news from a while ago. The appearance of the snow python in the misty forest caused her to feel incomparably shocked, and her heart was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Lingtian lowered his head, minding his own business, as he played with the little black snake. "Hey, do you really have a way to see the snow python?" Li Fei asked softly. Duan Lingtian didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't hear what she said. "Hey!" Li Fei called out again. "Hey what? My name isn't Hey." "Weren't you not interested?" Duan Lingtian had a lazy expression as he spoke unhurriedly. "You!" Suddenly, Li Fei became excited. Her autumn eyes were filled with tears, as if she could cry at any moment. "What are you doing?" "What's there to cry about? I'll bring you there." The scene before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be caught off guard, and he became flustered. In both his previous and current lives, what he couldn't bear to see the woman he liked cry the most. "You said it yourself. Don't go back on your word." Li Fei's enchanting and beautiful face revealed a smile of having succeeded in her scheme. "I've been tricked." Only now did Duan Lingtian react, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Li Fei, compared to Kerr, was simply two extremes. Perhaps it was because of this that he fell in love with Li Fei at first sight. That night, after dinner, Duan Lingtian sent Li Fei home. Only then did he realize that Li Fei's courtyard was behind his courtyard, separated by a small alley. Even if they walked through the main entrance and circled around, it would only be a few dozen meters. If they were to directly climb over the wall, they would be able to save tens of meters of wasted time. When they got home, Duan Lingtian went into his room. He began to cultivate. He had already cultivated the 9 dragons, wore sovereign techniques, spirit, serpent transformation, to the highest level. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the second transformation of the 9 dragons, wore sovereign technique, mad python transformation. Now that his fleshly body had reached the peak of the body tempering stage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid was useless to him. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the mad python transformation's mental cultivation method and develop origin energy. Once he developed origin energy, he would be a core formation martial artist. His strength would increase once again. "Tomorrow I'll go buy some origin gathering pills. I'm going to bleed again." Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache. The origin gathering pill was a grade 8 medicinal pill. It was a type of medicinal pill that could help a 9th level body tempering martial artist quickly develop origin energy and step into the core formation stage. It was extremely expensive. Just one would cost 10,000 taels of silver. A martial artist with good natural talent would need to consume at least 10 origin gathering pills to step into the core formation stage in a short period of time. A martial artist with poor natural talent would need to consume at least 10 pills. Of course, they could also choose not to use them. In this way, no matter how good one's natural talent was, one would still need to spend many years of hard work to break through to the core formation stage. Just like the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, including the patriarch Li Nanfeng and the other core formation stage martial artists. When these people cultivated from the 9th level of the body tempering stage to the core formation stage, those with good natural talent spent 3 to 5 years, while those with poor natural talent spent 7 to 8 years. It wasn't because of anything else, but because they couldn't afford to use the origin gathering pill. In the clan martial meet this time, there were 5 young geniuses that had stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 18, including Li Fei. Besides their natural talent, the reason they were able to step into the core formation stage at such a young age was because of the origin gathering pill. Medicinal pills were enough to change a person's life. This was also the reason why alchemists had a lofty status in Cloud Continent. The higher the grade of an alchemist, the higher their status. They were existences that all the great powers fought over. Unfortunately, I still haven't developed origin energy. Once I do, I'll be a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. If an ordinary person wanted to become an alchemist, even if they had outstanding natural talent in alchemy and the guidance of a famous teacher, they would still need to spend several years of hard work before they could even begin. But Duan Lingtian possessed the lifetime memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Reincarnation Emperor Wu was also a royal grade alchemist. In terms of alchemy, he could be considered the second Reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as his origin energy met the requirements, he would be an experienced alchemist. What other alchemists understood, he understood. What other alchemists didn't understand, he understood. The most important thing right now is to develop origin energy, step into the core formation stage, and become an alchemist. At that time, I'll be able to refine medicinal pills that can raise my core formation stage cultivation and even allow Mother to be reborn, allowing her to cultivate top cultivation methods. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His attention quickly returned to the raging python form cultivation method. After looking at the raging python form cultivation method for a while, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. As expected of a cultivation method created by Reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes. This 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques, second form, the raging python form, was not only able to allow the cultivator to develop origin energy like an ordinary martial artist. It was also able to use origin energy to temper the cultivator's fleshly body, allowing the fleshly body to transform once again. Once Duan Lingtian relied on the raging python form to cultivate to the first level of the core formation stage. Besides being able to grasp origin energy, no different from an ordinary martial artist, he would also be able to use origin energy to temper his fleshly body, allowing the fleshly body to transform once again. Just the strength of his fleshly body would be able to transform from the current strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, coupled with his origin energy that was comparable to the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. In other words, once he stepped into the first level of the core formation stage, he would possess the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Slightly weaker than a 4th level core formation stage martial artist. Slightly stronger than a 3rd level core formation martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian started cultivating. However, without the origin gathering pill, his cultivation progress was slow. Even when it was deep into the night, there was no obvious improvement. I'm still too impatient. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He slept all the way until the sun rose. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, he left with Kerr. He once again arrived at the Aurora City's trade market, at the medicine store where he consigned the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. "Customer, you've finally come." When he saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if the manager had seen his savior, and he hurriedly went over to greet him. "What, are they all sold out?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "Sold out, an entire 2,000 portions, all sold out." The manager nodded, then withdrew a large stack of silver and passed it to Duan Lingtian. "This is—" Duan Lingtian stared blankly. "Customer, the 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid you concocted last time, I sold them for 2,000 silver per portion. But the supply still couldn't meet the demand. According to the agreement, customer, you take 80% of the sales, which is 320,000 silver. After deducting the 200,000 silver I gave you last time, this 120,000 silver is the remaining portion. The manager explained. 2,000 silver per portion? Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled. All merchants are truly profiteers. Customer, since you've come, how about concocting some more 6 treasures body-tempering liquid? The manager looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian. I came here this time precisely for this. Help me prepare the medicinal materials. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's all prepared. When Duan Lingtian and Kerr entered the small room, they were both stunned when they saw the 2 large vats and a large pile of medicinal materials. This time he spent an entire 2 hours to concoct 2 large vats of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Customer, I don't have much liquid funds on hand. How about I give you 200,000 silver first? After all of these medicinal liquids have been sold, I'll give you the remaining silver without missing a single cent. After inspecting the goods, the manager asked with some apprehension. One must know that this batch of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, no matter which medicine store Duan Lingtian took it to, would be able to sell it for the same or even higher price. Of course there's no problem. I trust the manager. Duan Lingtian nodded and took another 200,000 silver from him. Sometimes trust is mutual. Manager, that large vat of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid last time, you couldn't have divided it into 2,000 portions by yourself, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the manager with a slightly strange gaze. Of course not. I don't trust anyone else. So I asked my family to help me divide it. The manager smiled. Right, manager? Do you know which medicine store in Aurora City's trade market sells Origin gathering pills? Duan Lingtian asked again. Origin gathering pill? I'm afraid you can only go to the medicine stores under the 3 great clans of Aurora City. Customer, your Li clan's medicine store, the Spirit Aura Pavilion, is on the main street in front. The manager pointed outside. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the medicine store with Kerr. Not long after, they arrived at the Spirit Aura Pavilion mentioned by the manager. As expected of a medicine store under the Li clan, the Spirit Aura Pavilion occupied an extremely large area and was divided into 2 floors. Customer, what do you need? As soon as they entered, an attendant greeted them and asked respectfully, I want to buy some Origin gathering pills. Duan Lingtian stated his purpose for coming. The Origin gathering pills are on the 2nd floor. Please follow me. The attendant brought Duan Lingtian and Kerr to the 2nd floor. This customer needs Origin gathering pills. The attendant greeted the female attendant behind the counter before returning to the 1st floor. Customer, how many Origin gathering pills do you need? The female attendant's appearance was ordinary, but her smile was very bright. Give me 32 pills. Duan Lingtian patted the silver bills in his pocket as he slowly spoke. Hearing this, the female attendant was shocked. However, she quickly reacted. Customer, are you sure it's 32 pills? A single Origin gathering pill is... The female attendant was slightly hesitant. It's only 10,000 silver, right? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he fished out a large stack of silver bills from the medicine store's manager and directly threw it on the counter. Customer, I'm sorry, I'll go prepare it for you right away. Seeing so many silver bills, the female attendant knew that the youth wasn't joking. She drew in a breath of cold air and went to prepare the Origin gathering pills. Young master, what medicinal pill did you buy? It's so expensive. Kerr playfully stuck out her tongue with a face full of surprise. Origin gathering pill, a medicinal pill that can help us break through to the core formation stage as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Spending money like flowing water was a perfect description of Duan Lingtian. 32 soul gathering pills. He spent all the silver notes he just got from the medicine store manager. These silver notes were spent before he could even warm them. However, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it at all. On the path of cultivation, if you want to take a shortcut, you must be willing to spend money. Noon. Duan Lingtian's family had just finished eating not long ago. Li Fei came. She was dressed in a light purple robe that was slightly tight, making the young girl who was as mature as a peach look like a flirtatious red rose. She was graceful and alluring, charming all living things. Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen was on fire. This Li Fei was really a tempting beauty. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's greedy gaze retracted and fell on Li Fei's right hand. At this moment, Li Fei's white jade hand and slender fingers, except for her thumb, were all wearing 4 dark rings. The interlocking rings seemed simple and unadorned. Spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and his face revealed some surprise. Reincarnation Emperor Fu was not only a royal-grade alchemist, but also a royal-grade weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian inherited his memories and recognized at a glance that the spirit weapon in Li Fei's hand was a spirit weapon. Grade 9 spirit weapon. He still remembered that Li Fei didn't use this spirit weapon in yesterday's clan martial gathering. Otherwise, Lian would definitely not be her opponent. Li Fei quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on her right hand, and couldn't help but be slightly moved, and her heart jumped. Could it be that he recognized the spirit weapon in her hand? Soon, Duan Lingtian gave her the answer. Little Fei, why didn't you use this grade 9 spirit weapon in the clan martial gathering? If you used it, Lian might not be your opponent. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling. I wanted to use it, but Grandpa put it away. He said it was unfair to others. Li Fei said with some hidden bitterness. She was a little shocked. This Duan Lingtian was actually able to recognize that the weapon in her hand was a spiritual weapon at a glance. One had to know that unless it was a weapon refiner with a unique vision, otherwise, no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation was, they would only be able to recognize the spirit weapon when it was used. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through this youth anymore. There seemed to be a cloud of fog surrounding his body. For a moment, endless curiosity rose in her heart. She longed to dispel the fog and see through the Duan Lingtian completely. That's true. Even though this spirit artifact of yours is a grade 9 spirit artifact, its amplification ability is close to that of a grade 8 spirit artifact. Presumably, the grade 9 weapon craftsman who forged this spirit artifact for you has already touched the threshold of a grade 8 weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian nodded and said slowly. When these words of Duan Lingtian entered into Li Fei's ears, it made her feel as if she was struck by lightning. She only recently found out that her grandfather was about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman. She was sure that besides her and her grandfather, there was absolutely no third person in the Li clan who knew of this matter. But now, the youth only took a glance at the spirit artifact in her hand and was able to see that her grandfather was about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman. How did you see through it? Li Fei's tone was hurried, and she was somewhat impatient. You want to know? Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. This is my secret. Besides my woman, I won't tell anyone else. A smirk appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I don't care. How could Li Fei not know that she was played by Duan Lingtian? And she said angrily, You really don't care? Duan Lingtian asked again. I don't care. Li Fei was in a fit of anger, and she replied very straightforwardly. Then forget it. I originally wanted to remind you that although the weapon craftsman that helped you refine the spirit artifact is about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman, I still hope that you can advise him not to forcefully increase the grade of the weapon flame for the time being. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh as he slowly spoke. What do you mean by this? Li Fei's enchanting and beautiful face slightly changed. If I'm not wrong, recently, every late night, that weapon craftsmen would feel the origin energy in his body burning, and even find it difficult to fall asleep. Duan Lingtian didn't reply Li Fei, and instead said these words. How do you know about my grandfather's recent situation? You climbed over the wall to peek at our house? Li Fei's face slightly changed as she said angrily. She knew about this matter, and even specially went to grab many calming medicines for her grandfather. But they were all useless. Do I look like such a senseless person? He kindly reminded Li Fei, but was wronged by her. Duan Lingtian was speechless for a while and didn't say anything more. He admitted that he was dissolute, but he wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Li Fei realized that Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of paying attention to her, and realized that she might have really wronged him. Could it be that everything that Duan Lingtian said was also seen through the spirit artifact in her hand? But this was really hard to believe. Taking a deep breath, Li Fei looked towards Kerr for help. Young master, don't be angry. Sister, Li Fei didn't mean it. Kerr smiled as she persuaded. Kerr, everyone has to be responsible for what they do. You can help her for a while, but you can't help her forever. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Kerr also realized that young master was really angry and could only look at Li Fei helplessly. You. Li Fei was so angry that her face was red and her eyes were filled with tears. This again. Duan Lingtian glanced at her coldly and indifferently before paying no further attention to her. You're a bully. Sob sob. Li Fei finally exploded. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she couldn't stop crying. Damn, she was really crying. Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. He was wronged, but he didn't feel wronged. Why was this little girl feeling wronged? Those who didn't know would really think that he was bullying her. Tian, did you bully Fei? Li Ro also walked out of the kitchen, looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. I didn't. Duan Lingtian was helpless. All right, I won't argue with you. Stop crying. In the end, Duan Lingtian still chose to compromise. Sob sob, you're a bully. But Li Fei's tears fell like rain, and she didn't have any intention of stopping. If you continue to cry, just wait for something to happen to your grandfather. Duan Lingtian saw that the soft approach didn't work, so he directly used the hard approach. This method was indeed effective. Following Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's crying stopped abruptly. What did you say? You said something will happen to my grandfather? Li Fei's voice started to tremble. When she was very young, her parents met with an accident, so she had always been with her grandfather, and in her heart, her grandfather was more important than herself. I sensed a trace of evil aura in the spirit weapon that he refined. If I didn't guess wrongly, your grandfather should have used unorthodox methods to forcefully raise the grade of the weapon fire. In the long run, the root of the disaster has long been deeply planted. Duan Lingtian slowly said. At this moment, he was like an experienced weapon refiner, and his words were reasonable. Then what should we do? Li Fei's pretty face was pale, and she was extremely anxious. It's not that there's no way. Let him temporarily not raise the grade of the weapon fire. Otherwise, he won't live for more than 3 months. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm. All right, you go and remind your grandfather. Kerr, and I will wait for you outside the North City Gate. Prepare your own horse. After saying goodbye to Li Fei, he returned to his room. After Li Fei left, Duan Lingtian and Kerr brought the 2 little pythons and left the house, leaving the Li family mansion. They rode their horses to the North City Gate and waited for Li Fei. Half an hour later, Li Fei finally arrived. Li Fei, who rode her horse, looked valiant and formidable, but her face didn't look good. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. My grandfather, said. Li Fei couldn't say it out loud. He didn't believe me, and even said that I'm just a kid. What can I know, right? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised at all. Li Fei nodded lightly. Then there's nothing I can do. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands, indicating that he wanted to help but was powerless. My grandfather promised me that before we go back, he won't try to raise the weapon fire and break through to the 8th grade weaponry finer. When we go back, you can go and see my grandfather, okay? Li Fei had a pleading look on her face as she spoke. What, do you believe me now? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Li Fei and asked. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. All right, I'll promise you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, he took the 2 beautiful girls and headed straight for the dense fog forest. When they arrived at the fog forest, Li Fei's mood also recovered a lot, but she was a little less lively than before. After all, her grandfather's matter had already become a knot in her heart. Young master, how should we find Little White and Little Black's father? After entering the fog forest, Kerr asked. I don't know either. Let's first go to the black python's nest that we went to last time. Maybe we can meet the snow python. Duan Lingtian said. You mean Little White and Little Black are the snow python's children? Li Fei was a little surprised. That's our current guess. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived at the black python's nest. Now, outside the black python's nest, there were only pools of dried blood. The black python's body and the bodies of the young boys and girls were gone. They were probably eaten by fierce beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the 2 little pythons coiled around Duan Lingtian, and Kerr's wrists suddenly became restless and flew out. They went straight into the depths of the fog forest. Let's follow. Duan Lingtian brought along Kerr and Li Fei and followed. Duan Lingtian guessed that the 2 little pythons might have sensed their father. This is already the inner area. If we go any deeper, there will be many powerful, fierce beasts. Li Fei reminded. I know. Let's go from the tree. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls and climbed up a large tree at the side. Using the dense branches of the large tree as a path, they followed the 2 little pythons forward, although there was no lack of bird-type fierce beasts on the large tree. In the end, the number of bird-type fierce beasts was less than the number of beasts on the ground. Overall, it was safer on the tree. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar sounded out. An enormous, fierce beast blocked the path of the 2 little pythons that were walking on the ground. It glared at the 2 little things like a tiger watching its prey. Its sharp fangs flickered with a strange luster. Not good. Seeing this enormous creature, Duan Lingtian's face went pale. It's the fierce beast, insolent tiger. Its strength is comparable to a 4th-level core formation martial artist. Li Fei's face went slightly pale. Little White, Little Black. Chapter 64. Hiss, hiss! The sharp eyes of the 2 little pythons flickered with a fierce light as they stared at the enormous creature before them. Their tongues flickered rapidly like lightning. Roar! Suddenly, the ferocious tiger let out a low roar before crashing down and prostrating on the ground. Its enormous body was actually slightly trembling right now, as if it was submitting and kowtowing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons didn't pay attention to the tiger and continued on their way. They transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning and vanished ahead. Let's go! Duan Lingtian suppressed his shocked feelings and hurriedly followed. Li Fei and Kerr had shocked expressions as well. In front of the tiger, the 2 incomparably tiny little fellows were actually able to make the tiger submit. It was truly inconceivable. Duan Lingtian guessed some of the reasons. If the 2 little pythons were really the children of the snow python, then they would surely have the aura of the snow python. As a ferocious beast comparable to a nascent soul stage expert, the snow python was surely a leader-level existence within the misty forest. It was easy for it to intimidate all beasts, and the little pythons had the aura of the snow python, so the tiger naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had pretty good luck. They didn't encounter any terrifying flying beasts all the way from the large tree. Although the 2 little pythons encountered some land-type ferocious beasts, they were all scared but not in danger. The aura of the snow python on their bodies intimidated those ferocious beasts. Everywhere they passed, all beasts would submit. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare believe that all this was real. Finally, under the lead of the little pythons, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered the deepest part of the misty forest. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from afar, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. The large tree beneath Duan Lingtian's group of 3 slightly trembled, and they stabilized their bodies with great difficulty. They continued forward. The scene before them suddenly became clear. A shocking scene appeared in front of the 3 of them. In front of them was a spacious open space. An enormous python that was 20 to 30 meters long and completely white was fighting with a gray-robed old man. The giant python's body was mottled with blood. It was obvious that it had suffered significant injuries. The old man was also in a sorry state, and his aura was chaotic. Whoosh! The old man's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. The 3-foot-long blade flickered with a dazzling luster. In an instant, a wisp of white condensed sword light, accompanied by a swing of the 3-foot-long sword, broke through the air and headed straight for the giant python. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled above the old man as thick white mist condensed into form, transforming into numerous dense ancient mammoth silhouettes. There were at least a few hundred of them. Whoosh! The giant python's tail swept out like a bolt of white lightning. It was filled with a layer of white, fog-like power, and it collided with the sword light. Another few hundred silhouettes of ancient mammoths appeared above the python's head, causing the power of wind and thunder. Boom! The sword radiance dispersed and the white mist fell. The man and the python were evenly matched. Release of origin energy. Nascent soul expert. Li Fei's face was dripping with sweat, and her breathing was slightly hurried. Only nascent soul realm powerhouses could release their essence energy externally. Not good. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and his face went pale as he flew down. Spirit serpent movement technique. He caught up to the 2 little pythons that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and time, and caught them before they charged into the battle between the man and the python. Hiss, hiss! The eyes of the 2 little pythons were filled with anxiousness. Little fellows, I know you're worried, but if you go in, you'll only distract your father. Although he didn't know if the little pythons could understand, Duan Lingtian still explained. Hiss, hiss! The 2 little pythons were restless and uneasy as they looked at the man and python fighting in the distance. Meanwhile, Kerr and Li Fei came down as well. They arrived beside Duan Lingtian and hid behind a large tree together. Snow Python, instead of hibernating properly, you came out and killed 6 Origin Core Stage disciples of my He clan, causing my He clan's vitality to be greatly damaged. Today, I, He Zhu Dao, will surely kill you and use your blood as a sacrifice to the souls of my He clan disciples. The gray-robed old man's sword flashed like lightning as he battled with the snow python, and his voice was cold and indifferent. He Zhu Dao! Li Fei exclaimed in a low voice as a trace of cold light flashed within her eyes. You know him? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I heard my grandfather mention him before. He's the supreme elder of Aqua Mist City's He clan, a terrifying nascent soul stage powerhouse. I never imagined that for the sake of taking revenge for the He clan disciples, he would actually personally make a move. Li Fei's tone became slightly hurried. Aqua Mist City's He clan? Only now did Duan Lingtian recall the news that spread around a while ago. The Origin Core Stage martial artists that were killed by the Snow Python seemed to be members of Aqua Mist City's He clan. Bang! 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 The battle continued. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were dazzled by the scene. He Zhu Dao and the Snow Python's speed was truly too swift. Looks like I must pay a price to kill you today. It can be considered your fortune to be able to die under this inscription. He Zhu Dao's voice was cold and indifferent, yet contained boundless confidence. Whoosh! He directly flashed towards the snow python and met the snow python's bloody mouth head-on. Die! Hizudao's voice was cold as ice, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand suddenly lit up with a layer of blood light as it flew out and entered the snow python's bloody mouth. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. He recognized the inscription on Hizudao's spirit weapon longsword. Bang! An enormous sound echoed out as a blood light blossomed under the snow python's head. A terrifying force was spreading towards every part of the snow python's body. Strands of blood light shot out from every part of the snow python's body, causing it to be in extreme pain and go completely berserk. This was also its final struggle before death. Whoosh! 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 The berserk snow python's tail swept out randomly, smashing onto Hizudao's body one after another, causing him to fall to the ground. The python's tail swung down again and again, causing the origin energy on Hizudao's body to be completely dispersed. His aura was weak, and he was on the verge of death. Only when the snow python's enormous body crashed onto the ground did the heavily injured Hizudao reveal a smile of surviving a calamity. He had succeeded. Heavily injured in exchange for the snow python's death, it was worth it. As long as he could catch his breath, he could take out a grade 7 gold injury pill and consume it to recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the snow python's body landed on the ground, the 2 little pythons broke free from Duan Lingtian's control and flew towards the snow python. Hiss, hiss! They arrived in front of the snow python's head and looked at it, their eyes filled with tears. The snow python's cold and emotionless eyes completely melted after the appearance of the 2 little pythons. It turned into traces of doting. It no longer had any regrets, as it was able to see its children before it died. We will take good care of them. At this moment, Kerr and Li Fei also arrived in front of the snow python. Kerr held the little white snake in her hand and said gently to the snow python. A trace of gratitude appeared in the snow python's eyes, but it gradually dimmed. Hiss, hiss! Tears flickered in the eyes of the 2 little pythons, and they gradually became moist. In the distance, the heavily injured Hizudao heard the sound and his expression changed. At this moment, he was so weak that even an ordinary person could kill him in next to no time. He saw a violet-clothed youth arrive in front of him. His gaze descended onto the Li family emblem on the youth's chest. You're a member of the Li family of Aurora City? I'm good friends with your Li family's supreme elder, Li Qiu. Quickly give me the medicinal pill in my hand to consume. I'll properly reward you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Hizudao's tone became slightly hurried, as if he was deeply afraid that the youth would make a move against him. Now he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Duan Lingtian lowered his head to take a look. A jade-green medicinal pill appeared out of thin air in Hizudao's palm. His eyes suddenly lit up. It wasn't that he was surprised by the medicinal pill. Although a grade 7 gold injury pill was precious, he had inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu after all. So he didn't take a grade 7 gold injury pill seriously. His attention descended onto the simple and unadorned ring on Hizudao's hand. He was able to discern that this was a spatial ring. A spatial ring was different from ordinary rings and rings. It was a type of miraculous ring that contained a cave within it. It was able to store 100 things and was extremely convenient. In Cloud Continent, only weapons craftsmen at grade 7 or above had the ability to refine a spatial ring. Even the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, didn't have a spatial ring. Perhaps only the Li clan's ancestor had one. Squatting down, Duan Lingtian held the grade 7 gold injury pill in his hand. Quick! Quick! Give me to consume! Hizudao's eyes flickered with a bright light of anticipation. If I give you this medicinal pill, are you willing to remove the ownership of your spatial ring and give it to me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he asked. Once a spatial ring was owned by someone, only the owner could open it. Unless the owner took the initiative to remove the ownership or the owner died, no one else was able to open the spatial ring. Instantly, Zhu Dao's pupils constricted. The most precious thing in his possession was undoubtedly the spatial ring. His breathing became slightly hurried as killing intent flashed within his eyes. In the end, he tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart. Give. I'll give. Zhu Dao agreed. Who was Duan Lingtian? As a man who walked out of hell, how could he not notice the killing intent that flashed within Zhu Dao's eyes? Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart as he placed his hand on his waist and touched the hilt of the violet meteorite flexible sword, just when he was about to kill Zhu Dao and seize the spatial ring. Don't believe him. Li Fei walked over. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhu Dao's words can't be trusted. 60 years ago, for the sake of a spirit weapon, he didn't hesitate to kill his companions who were adventuring with him. Li Fei said, You. Who are you? Zhu Dao's pupils constricted. This secret was something only he knew in the world. You may not know, but one of the people you killed back then wrote a letter in his blood before he died and hid it in his underwear. That person was my grandfather's father. I'm sure you'll never forget him in your lifetime. Li Fei's eyes revealed a deep hatred. Li Hua. Glancing at the Li family emblem on Li Fei's clothes, Zhu Dao's breathing became hurried. Looks like you've guessed it. Li Fei sneered. So, you killed my future wife's great-grandfather. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Duan Lingtian's devilish smile hung on his face. This was a good opportunity to push the boat with the current. Whoosh! Chapter 65. Puchi. The purple meteorite flexible sword fell and blood splattered everywhere. Li Fei's face turned pale. Although she had killed many wild beasts in the misty forest, she had never killed person. Now that a living person had died in front of her, she only felt a wave of disgust and ran to the side to vomit. Putting away the purple meteorite flexible sword, Duan Lingtian reached out and took Zhu Dao's storage ring. He bit his index finger and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. Chi! A feeling of blood connection came, and Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. It contained the lifetime memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian used the storage ring as if it was his own arm. Damn, so small! When his thoughts reached into the storage ring and saw a mere 1 cubic meter of space, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but curse. In any case, he's the He clan's grand elder, but he actually used the lowest grade storage ring. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Zhu Dao's corpse with disdain. He could imagine that if Zhu Dao was still alive, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. He snatched someone else's things and still had a look of disdain. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. Duan Lingtian didn't wear the storage ring on his finger, but kept it in his bosom. What a joke! This thing can't be seen in the light now. Only when he stepped into the core formation stage and became a weapon refiner would he dare to take it out in the light of day by modifying the surface of the storage ring. How is this the He clan's grand elder? He's simply a pauper. Other than a few 7th grade gold injury pills and a few cultivation techniques, there's only 100+ silver pieces. Looking at the contents of the storage ring, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ridicule. Duan Lingtian didn't know. As the He clan's grand elder, Zhu Dao's status was extraordinary. If he needed money, the He clan would use all of its resources to satisfy his request. Therefore, he didn't need to bring any money with him. His face represented a huge amount of wealth. Next, it was time to destroy the corpse. Duan Lingtian lit a fire and directly burned Zhu Dao's corpse. Where's the nest of the snow python? After searching for a long time, Duan Lingtian still couldn't find the snow python's nest. His treasure hunting plan had completely failed. Damn, that Zhu Dao, not only is he poor, he even destroyed the snow python's body. Blood explosion inscription, he really can do that. Looking at the snow python's defeated body, Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache. As the king of the ferocious beasts, The snow python's body was full of treasures. Now they were all destroyed by Hizudao. At this time, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. On the snow python's corpse, a white ball that flickered with a faint luster floated up. Inner core? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. He did not expect that the snow python's inner core was not damaged at all. Just as he was about to take a step forward to retrieve the inner core, the smile on his face completely froze. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons flew out and quickly devoured the snow python's inner core. Forget it! Even if I take this inner core, I won't be able to use it for the time being. I might as well help them. Duan Lingtian quickly got over it. Humans were unable to directly consume the inner core of a ferocious beast. Once consumed, the best outcome would be chi deviation, and the worst outcome would be death from the explosion of the body. Humans could only use the inner core of a ferocious beast as a catalyst and combine it with other precious herbs to refine a medicinal pill before consuming it. The inner core of a ferocious beast like the snow python, which was comparable to a nascent soul stage expert, required at least a grade 7 alchemist to refine. Grade 7 alchemist. To Duan Lingtian, it was quite a distance away. After burning the snow python's corpse, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr and Li Fei out of the misty forest. On the way back, that storage ring, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Don't have any ideas about the storage ring, it's mine. Duan Lingtian glared at her. I'm not your match, so it's useless to have any ideas about it. I'm just curious. If someone knew that you had a storage ring, what would happen? Li Fei's charming eyes flickered with a faint smile. You're threatening me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a trace of a smirk appeared on the corners of his mouth. An ominous premonition arose in Li Fei's heart. As expected. Alas, looks like someone doesn't want me to treat her grandfather's illness. Forget it, I'll save my energy. Duan Lingtian mischievously smiled. You scoundrel, you clearly promised me. Li Fei's charming face went pale as she said angrily. Did I promise? Why didn't I know? Kerr, did I promise her? Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr and asked with a smile. At this time, Kerr was taking care of the two little pythons that had fallen into a deep sleep after swallowing the snow python's inner core. A pair of beautiful autumn eyes revealed a motherly radiance. Young master, I didn't hear anything. Kerr naturally stood on Duan Lingtian's side. You're all bullying me. Li Fei's eyes reddened as if tears were about to fall again. All right, as long as you help me keep this matter a secret, I'll definitely return you a healthy grandfather. Not only that, I can also make him not leave any sequelae and smoothly become an 8th grade weapon refiner. Duan Lingtian compromised. Scoundrel, Li Fei laughed through her tears. Right, since your grandfather knew that Hizudao killed his father, why didn't he make the blood letter public and let everyone see Hizudao's true face? Duan Lingtian asked the question in his heart. Do you think my grandfather didn't want it? But when my grandfather found the blood letter, Hizudao was already the grand elder of the He clan in Aqua, Mist City. His status was extraordinary. Even if it was made public, the Li family wouldn't offend the grand elder of the He clan for a child that had died many years ago. Moreover, my grandfather was worried that after the blood letter was made public, Hizudao would fly into a rage out of humiliation and even crazily take revenge. At that time, my grandmother just happened to be pregnant with my father. So, my grandfather chose to endure silently. This matter gradually became a knot in his heart. Li Fei sighed. Now, the knot in your grandfather's heart can be untied. I, this future grandson-in-law, will help him take revenge. Duan Lingtian laughed. Who wants to marry you? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, a trace of redness appearing on her enchanting and beautiful face. Deeply afraid of being discovered by Duan Lingtian, she hurriedly turned her head away. As the sun set in the west, the outline of Aurora City finally appeared before the eyes of the three people. Duan Lingtian and the two girls directly returned to the Li family's mansion. After letting Kerr bring the two little pythons home first, he followed Li Fei to Li Fei's house. "Fei, are you back?" In the spacious courtyard stood an old man who was over 70 years old. The old man's figure was thin, as if he would fall in the wind. "Grandfather, I have good news to tell you." Li Fei walked into the courtyard and held the old man's hand with a smile on her face. "What good news?" The old man had a doting expression as he asked with a smile. "Grandfather, Zhu Dao is dead." Li Fei put her mouth close to the old man's ear and said softly. Instantly, the old man's body shook as if he was struck by lightning, and his breathing became hurried. "Fei, you can't joke about this." The old man took a deep breath and said slowly, although he knew that his granddaughter had never lied. But what his granddaughter was saying now was too inconceivable. "Grandfather, Zhu Dao was killed by him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Seeing that the old man did not believe her, Li Fei panicked and hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The old man's turbid eyes suddenly flashed and fell on Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to see through him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoved and unmoving like a mountain. "Not bad. You live up to your reputation. I now believe that you have the ability to defeat Li Qing." The old man nodded. "Grandfather." Duan Lingtian greeted the old man. Instantly, the old man was stunned. Li Fei's cheeks were flushed red, and she glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. "Ha ha ha ha!" Seeing his granddaughter's expression, the old man seemed to understand something and laughed. "Grandfather, it's not what you think," Li Fei hurriedly explained. "Fei, there's no need to be shy. Men and women should get married when they're of age. Moreover, I think this little fellow isn't bad and has the qualifications to be my grandson-in-law. Although he likes to boast sometimes, these are all small problems and are nothing." As the old man finished speaking, he seemed to be implying something. "Grandfather, you'll soon know whether I'm boasting or not. I'll testify for little Fei now. Your father's murderer, Zhu Dao, is indeed dead. He was killed by me with a single sword strike. This spatial ring is the best proof." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring from his pocket and passed it to the old man. The old man received it with trembling hands and sized up. Yes, this is Zhu Dao's spatial ring. What actually happened?" The old man became agitated again and asked after returning the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian briefly told the old man the ins and outs of the matter. "Snow python? Ha! The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes." The old man laughed loudly, laughing to his heart's content. The knot in his heart for many years was finally untied. For a moment his face was flushed red, as if he was 10 years younger. "Lingtian kid, thank you." The old man caught his breath and sincerely said to Duan Lingtian, "We're all family, grandfather. You don't have to be so courteous. If I'm not wrong, grandfather, besides feeling the burning sensation of your origin energy and having difficulty sleeping, when you're refining, you're often uneasy and even feel powerless, right?" Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he asked, "Lingtian kid, you're really able to see the hidden injuries I left behind from forcefully raising the grade of my artifact flame through the spirit weapons I refined?" The old man took a deep breath and asked in disbelief, "Of course, not only can I see these hidden injuries, I can also help grandfather treat them. But I have to step into the core formation stage first." Duan Lingtian continued, "Why?" The old man was puzzled. "Because only when I step into the core formation stage will I be able to use my origin energy to condense artifact flame and refine a medicinal pill that can help grandfather treat your hidden injuries." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Lingtian kid, even if you have talent in alchemy, it's still not that easy to become an alchemist." The old man laughed bitterly, feeling that Duan Lingtian was biting off more than he could chew. Grandfather, you won't believe me no matter what I say now. In at most 2 months, you'll know if what I say is true or false. Chapter 66. Then I'll wait and see. The old man looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. However, in the next 2 months, I hope Grandfather won't refine any more weapons. Otherwise, once the weapon fire goes out of control, even I won't be able to do anything. Duan Lingtian's face was heavy. Sure, I'll give you 2 months. The old man nodded and agreed. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, bid farewell, and left. Fei do you think what he said is believable? The old man asked his granddaughter beside him. Grandfather, I always feel that he's very mysterious. I believe him. Li Fei lightly bit her white teeth, her autumn eyes flowing with light. Fei this is the first time I've seen you trust an outsider so much. Looks like between you and him, it's not just his wishful thinking. Tell Grandfather, when did you fall in love with him? The old man smiled. Grandfather, I didn't. I'm ignoring you. Li Fei was so embarrassed that her face flushed red, and she directly returned to her room. This Duan Lingtian is indeed not bad. He even saved Fei's life. Perhaps. The smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he slightly muttered, as if he was thinking about something. In a quiet room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, took out an origin-gathering pill, and consumed it. He started to cultivate 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, raging python form. The medicinal strength of the origin-gathering pill transformed into a warm current, flowing into Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian used the raging python form to guide this warm current, circulating it throughout his body, trying his best to nurture origin energy. Even with the origin gathering pill, the nurturing of origin energy wasn't something that could be completed overnight. Until deep into the night, Duan Lingtian still didn't have any obvious improvement. Duan Lingtian understood that the increase in cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. So, very quickly, he stopped cultivating and fell asleep. He slept all the way until daybreak. The following days were very peaceful. Life was rhythmic and carried out according to plan. Every morning, Duan Lingtian would cultivate his movement technique, spirit serpent movement technique, in his courtyard. In the afternoon, he used the 350-year-old blood Lingji to improve his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. At night, he consumed the vitality gathering pill and cultivated the 9 dragons war sovereign technique to nurture his origin energy. Movement, technique, spirit, serpent movement technique. When he saved Li Fei last time, he had already broken through the shackles and stepped into the realm of great success. Now, once he used his full strength, Duan Lingtian's speed was frighteningly fast. However, he was still a distance away from the perfection stage. Defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. With the assistance of the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old blood Lingji mushroom, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian was confident. Within 2 months, his greater shifting had reached greater mastery. As for cultivation, with the passage of time, relying on Emperor Wu's rich experience, Duan Lingtian had already begun to sense the essence of elemental energy. He believed that it would not take long before he could successfully nurture elemental energy. Time flew by like a white steed. 1 month later, early morning. Young master, I broke through. A young girl in light green clothes walked out of her room and lightly smiled as she spoke to the youth in the courtyard. The youth was cultivating his movement technique. Hearing this, he stopped and stood there. The origin energy, flickering on the young girl's hands, caused the youth to be stunned. The young girl's natural talent once again shocked him. Kerr, from today onwards, you can officially cultivate the sword skills recorded in the Han Bing's God's sword technique. Kerr's breakthrough was somewhat out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian was also happy for her. According to what Kerr said, She only consumed 7 vitality gathering pills to complete her breakthrough. According to the Memories of Reincarnation, Emperor Wu, in terms of natural talent, even in the entire cloud continent, Kerr's current speed of breaking through to the core formation stage was one of the top existences. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already consumed 9 vitality gathering pills and was only half a step into the core formation stage. He still lacked a turning point before he could complete his final breakthrough. Of course, it couldn't be determined that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was inferior to Kerr's. After all, the cultivation methods they cultivated were different. Even though Kerr had broken through to the first level of the core formation stage, in terms of strength, she wasn't much different from an ordinary first-level core formation stage martial artist. She was far inferior to the current Duan Lingtian. Afternoon. All the beauties in the family went out to buy groceries, leaving only Duan Lingtian behind. He also received an unexpected guest. The guest claimed to be a member of the Shao clan and delivered an invitation. The invitation looked extremely domineering. On the cover was a lifelike 5-clawed divine dragon made of silver threads. Duan Lingtian had just opened the invitation and didn't even have the time to look at it. Looks like you've received a hidden dragon invitation as well. A young girl in light purple clothes with a devilish figure and an angelic face slowly walked into the courtyard. Little Fei, what's a hidden dragon invitation? Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a bewildered expression. Every year, Aurora City holds a gathering that belongs to the young geniuses of the various clans of Aurora City. As long as the youths of the 3 great clans of Aurora City obtain the top 5 positions in the clan martial meet, they will be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the gathering. The other clans will also have young geniuses participate, but these clans only have a single spot. This gathering is hosted by the 3 great clans of Aurora City in turn. This year, it's the Shao clan's turn to host. Li Fei explained. What's the purpose of this gathering? Duan Lingtian asked. It's for the new ranking of the Hidden Dragon list. Li Fei lightly smiled as a trace of passion flashed within her clear eyes. Hidden Dragon list? Duan Lingtian was stunned. In his impression, he seemed to have heard someone mention this hidden dragon list a few months after he arrived at the Li clan, but he didn't have a deep understanding of it. He didn't know what this hidden dragon list was. The hidden dragon list is a ranking of the strength of the youths of Aurora City, and it's extremely valuable. The people ranked on the rankings are all the most outstanding young geniuses in Aurora City. For example, our Li clan's Li Feng, who was ranked first in the clan martial meet last year, was the young genius ranked 3rd in the last hidden dragon ranking. This time the Shao clan has issued the hidden dragon invitation, which also means that the hidden dragon list will be re-ranked. During the gathering, the young geniuses of Aurora City will gather together to interact and learn from each other. Finally, the new ranking of the hidden dragon list will be listed based on each person's strength. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded as he finally understood. He opened the hidden dragon invitation and took a look. The day of the gathering was in 3 days. Location: Shao Clan Estate, Star Observation Platform. Boring. Yawning, Duan Lingtian casually threw the hidden dragon invitation to the side. You, what are you doing? Li Fei was stupefied. After all, many people fought to the death for a hidden dragon invitation, but didn't have the qualifications to obtain one. This fellow, on the other hand, directly threw the hidden dragon invitation to the side like trash. Disdainful. Right? You said earlier that our Li clan only has 5 hidden dragon invitations? Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei. Yeah, not everyone is able to receive a hidden dragon invitation. Li Fei's tone was slightly complacent with an expression that said, You don't know what's good for you. So you're saying that every hidden dragon invitation has an extraordinary value? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Of course, almost everyone in the younger generation of Aurora City wants to participate in the gathering of young geniuses every year. But because the threshold for the Hidden Dragon invitation is too high, they can only be refused entry. After all, so long as they're able to participate in this gathering of young geniuses, even if they're unable to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list in the end, they'll still be able to see the graceful bearing of the young geniuses from all over the world. Perhaps they'll even be able to benefit from it and allow their own cultivation to break through. Li Fei had an expression as if it was a matter of course. In next to no time, she saw Duan Lingtian pick up the Hidden Dragon invitation once again. She naturally thought that. After hearing what she said, Duan Lingtian also started to treat this time's Hidden Dragon ranking gathering seriously. Who knew? From what you've said, this Hidden Dragon invitation should be very valuable. Looks like I can consider privately holding a small auction and sell this Hidden Dragon invitation. Maybe I can even get some money to spend. Yes, let's do that. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he muttered to himself, You, could it be that you don't want to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking at all? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was angered to the point that her breathing became slightly hurried. As far as she was concerned, including herself, so long as it was a young genius in Aurora City, who didn't want to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Once one's name was ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, it would be an extremely great honor, even to the extent that one's name would spread throughout Aurora City, allowing future generations to look up to it. This Duan Lingtian, however, seemed to be disdainful of this. It's only an empty reputation, I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian shook his head, not caring in the slightest. In his previous life as Earth's strongest weapons specialist and Xing Yi martial grandmaster, there were countless halos of glory above his head. He had long since become indifferent to these empty reputations. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's gaze was complicated. What kind of man was this? He wasn't old, but he seemed to be filled with endless vicissitudes. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Little Fei, is there any reward for being ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking? For example, if you're ranked first, what kind of precious medicinal herbs, gold, silver, and jewelry can you get? Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly asked. You. Li Fei's serious expression was instantly defeated by Duan Lingtian. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course there is. As long as you're ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding reward. These rewards are all taken out by the 3 great clans of Aurora City. They're even better than the rewards from the last clan martial gathering. Li Fei said again, Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei with a slightly reproachful gaze, then put away the Hidden Dragon invitation as if he had received a treasure. You didn't ask. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Looks like little Fei doesn't understand your future husband well enough. Yes, we should interact more. Come, let's go to my room and have a chat. Duan Lingtian greedily sized up Li Fei's hot body as he said with a smile, Scoundrel, you're the one with the thickest skin. Li Fei was so embarrassed that she turned around and walked away. 3 days later, I'll come find you. Let's go to the Shao clan estate together. After leaving, she left behind another sentence. This little girl is really becoming more and more attractive. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the heat in his lower abdomen eased up a little. Chapter 67. 3 days later, Li Fei arrived as scheduled. After informing Kerr and his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left the Li family mansion together. The Shao family mansion was located outside the southern part of Aurora City, adjacent to the mountains. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei showed the Hidden Dragon invitation and entered the Shao family mansion. Under the lead of a Shao family disciple, they ascended the stargazing platform. The stargazing platform was located halfway up the mountain and occupied a vast area. Here, besides the pavilion for resting, there were also many weapon racks. On the weapon racks, there were all kinds of weapons. When Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived, there were already a few youths scattered around. The arrival of the two attracted the attention of everyone. Of course, the gazes of these youths all fell on Li Fei. Li Fei, with her hot figure, was undoubtedly a great temptation to these youths who had just awakened to love. Humph! A bunch of little brats. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Ignoring the murderous gazes around him, he stretched out his hand and tyrannically grabbed Li Fei's soft, jade-like hand. It was as if he was demonstrating to the surrounding youths. "Open your eyes wide and look, this is my woman." Li Fei was suddenly attacked by Duan Lingtian. Her devilish figure imperceptibly trembled, and a slight flush appeared on her angelic face. "Let go of me," Li Fei said in a voice that was almost as soft as a mosquito. "I won't let go, so that these little brats won't keep staring at my future wife." Duan Lingtian was very insistent. "Scoundrel!" After struggling for a while and being unable to break free from Duan Lingtian, Li Fei was slightly angry. "I'm only a scoundrel towards you. I don't care about other women." Duan Lingtian was very straightforward. "Really?" Li Fei was somewhat in disbelief. "Even pearls aren't so real." Duan Lingtian grinned. "Where's Kerr?" Li Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as she laughed mockingly. "Kerr is different. She's an exception." Duan Lingtian grunted, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. 9th level of the body tempering stage. Envious and jealous gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. The youths present quickly saw through Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Those who were able to stand here today were all genius martial artists at the core condensation realm or above. The sudden appearance of a body-tempering realm cultivator attracted everyone's attention. Most importantly, this body-tempering stage martial artist was actually holding the hand of one of the three great beauties of Aurora City, the Li clan's Li Fei. Some of the youths were unwilling to accept this outcome. In their opinion, what right does a 9th-level body-tempering fellow have to possess Li Fei? Uft! The gathering of Aurora City's young geniuses is really getting worse year by year. A pretty boy who doesn't even have the qualifications to obtain a hidden dragon invitation can actually rely on a woman to sneak in. A slightly burly young man sneered. His voice wasn't soft and broke the short silence on the star observation platform. "Pretty boy? Little Fei, am I really that handsome?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked the young girl beside him. "Pei, he's insulting you." Li Fei blushed at Duan Lingtian's thick skin. "Kid, you're jealous, right? You have to know that being a pretty boy isn't so easy. Just like you, with such a dumb head and such a dark face, it'll probably be difficult for you to find a wife in the future." Duan Lingtian looked at the sturdy youth and lightly smiled. Instantly, the other youths looked at the sturdy youth with strange expressions and felt some pity for him. He had just insulted him as a pretty boy, and now he was retaliated, saying that he was inferior to a pretty boy. "Kid, I want to challenge you." The sturdy youth flew into a rage and walked towards Duan Lingtian in large strides with a menacing aura. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded from afar. Very quickly, 3 youths walked over in large strides. The one who spoke was the cold youth in the lead. The youth was around 18 years old. His face was cold and stern, and his pair of sharp eyes were filled with arrogance and unruliness. "Child, you." The sturdy youth's expression changed, like a mouse seeing a cat, and he retreated in fear. "Child, you." At this moment, the other youths hurriedly greeted the cold youth. Their words were filled with respect. The cold youth didn't pay attention to them and walked towards Li Fei and Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought that the cold youth was going to greet Li Fei, an inconceivable scene appeared. "You're Duan Lingtian? I'm very interested in you." The cold youth's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, who was beside Li Fei, and his sharp eyes flashed, filled with battle intent. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you. My orientation is very normal." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he held Li Fei's jade hand and raised it up, grinning. Li Fei's face flushed red. She wanted to struggle free, but she noticed that Duan Lingtian's hand was like an iron clamp. My orientation is very normal as well. Li Fei, one of the three great beauties of Aurora City. Your reputation is well deserved. The cold youth's mouth slightly trembled, and his gaze moved from Duan Lingtian to Li Fei. He nodded and walked towards the innermost pavilion of the star observation platform. That was the resting place of the host. On the star observation platform, the youths looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. This body tempering stage kid was actually able to make the cold youth think so highly of him. This was beyond their expectations. Who the hell is this kid? 9th level of the body tempering stage. Could it be that he's the branch family disciple that seized second place in the Li clan's martial meet? Duan Lingtian? It can't be. According to what I know, the Li clan seems to have 5 core formation martial artists in the younger generation. Yeah, with 5 core formation martial artists holding down the fort, how could a 9th level body tempering martial artist seize second place in the clan's martial meet? This is impossible. I don't believe it. I've heard of this news, but I don't believe it either. There's definitely an inside story. I think so too. Child, you was probably deceived, or else he wouldn't look at this kid in a different light. These youths looked at Duan Lingtian with even more disdain. Who is he? He seems to be very arrogant. Duan Lingtian curiously asked Li Fei. Xiao Yu, the young genius that was ranked second in the last hidden dragon list. At that time, he was 17 years old. A year has passed, and his strength has long since advanced by leaps and bounds. Rumor has it that he's already at the juncture of breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's clear eyes emitted a sense of reverence. So, you're saying that a year ago he was even stronger than our Li clan's Li Feng? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Yes, at the gathering a year ago, he only used 9 moves to defeat Li Feng. In the end, because of a difference of 1 move, he lost to the Lin clan's Lin Hong, the young genius that was ranked first in the last hidden dragon list. At that time, Lin Hong admitted that if he was the same age as Xiao Yu, he would surely be inferior to him. Xiao Yu is also the Xiao clan's martial Dao genius that's hard to come by in 100 years. If nothing unexpected happens, the current hidden dragon list's first place will surely be him, Li Fei slowly said. So you're saying that he's much stronger than Li Qing? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Qing? They're not on the same level at all. Li Qing participated in the last hidden dragon list ranking competition, but he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the rankings. Li Fei shook her head as she spoke. Needless to say, hearing you praise this Xiao Yu like that, even I'm slightly jealous. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be slightly unhappy. I'm only speaking the truth. If you're unwilling to listen, then defeat him. At that time, I naturally won't praise him anymore. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. What benefits do I get if I defeat him? Duan Lingtian asked. What bad ideas are you thinking of now? Li Fei said vigilantly. What bad ideas can I have? Looks like you think I can defeat him as well, or else you wouldn't be so guarded against me. Duan Lingtian laughed. Li Fei was slightly speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian taking advantage of the situation. Li Qing is here. Li Qing won the honor of first place in the Li clan's martial meet 1 month ago. He's the fully deserving number 1 in the Li clan's younger generation. Supposedly, his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. 2nd level of the core formation stage? Isn't that the same as Child Yu? Even if they're both at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, there's still a difference. Child Yu cultivated 3 high-grade, profound, rank martial skills. His offensive martial skill was cultivated to the perfection stage, and his defensive martial skill and movement technique were cultivated to the mastery stage. Exactly, Li Qing just stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage, whereas Child Yu broke through half a year ago. 1 year ago, Child Yu ascended to second place on the hidden dragon list, whereas Li Qing didn't even have the qualifications to be on the list. The difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. The white-clothed youth who came alone naturally heard the discussions of the crowd on the star observation platform. His expression gradually became gloomy. Xiao Yu. His gaze descended onto the cold figure within the innermost pergola of the star observation platform. Unfortunately, since he appeared until now, the other party hadn't even glanced at him. Li Qing's gaze was slightly cold. He'd set a clear goal for himself this time. Defeat Xiao Yu and ascend to first place on the hidden dragon list. Xiao Yu, I'll let you be proud for now. I'll definitely defeat you. Definitely. Li Qing's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something. Li Qing's gaze descended onto the youth and young girl in the distance. The violet-clothed youth and the light, violet-clothed young girl, standing together, looked like a perfect match, as if they were a pair made in heaven, especially when their hands were held together. Fei, Fei! Flames of rage arose within Li Qing's heart. He couldn't endure it any longer and directly walked over. Take your hand away, or else I'll cripple you. Li Qing's icy cold gaze that was filled with killing intent descended onto the violet-clothed youth, as if he was about to swallow him up. I'm curious. How are you going to cripple me? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, as if he didn't take Li Qing's threat to heart in the slightest. You're courting death. Li Qing's right hand was suffused with origin energy, and his gaze was ghastly as he wanted to attack Duan Lingtian. Li Qing, I've already told you, it's impossible for me to be with you. Don't waste time on me. Li Fei's expression changed as she berated. Fei Fei, wait until I cripple this trash. Then you'll know who's the man that's worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath and was unable to suppress the flames of rage in his heart. He took a step forward with an imposing aura that shot into the sky. Li Qing. Right at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded out. It caused Li Qing's figure to stop. Li Qing, if you dare make a move before the gathering starts, I'll ask you to leave, and this year's Hidden Dragon list will no longer have anything to do with you. Chapter 68. Fine, I'll wait for the gathering to start before I teach this trash a lesson. Li Qing took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed past his eyes. Trash? Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curved. This Li Qing. Did he really think that because he admitted defeat last time, it was because he was afraid of him? Last time, the patriarch Li Ao intervened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have admitted defeat. This time, no one can stop him. Let's go sit over there for a while. Glancing at Li Qing with disgust, Li Fei pulled Duan Lingtian's hand as if she was avoiding a fly. They walked into an empty pavilion not far away and sat side by side with Duan Lingtian. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Duan Lingtian, today you will definitely die. In Li Qing's heart, he gave Duan Lingtian a death sentence. In his opinion, a branch family disciple, and a disciple with a different surname, with his respected status in the main family. Even if he killed him, there wouldn't be any problems. Little Fei! That Li Qing can't wait to eat my flesh and drink my blood. It seems that if I want to make you my wife, there is a certain danger to my life, although there was a distance between them. Duan Lingtian could still feel Li Qing's killing intent. Are you scared? Li Fei playfully blinked her eyes. Scared? Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. As the strongest soldier on earth, he really didn't know what scared was. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei both came early to the Genius Gathering, hosted by the Xiao family. As time passed, more and more people came. Among these people, there were 2 people from the Li family, Li and Li Zhong. Besides the 2 people from the Li family, Duan Lingtian only recognized one person, Lin Qi. Seeing Lin Qi again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be a little surprised, because he could see that Lin Qi's temperament had changed. Having inherited the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian had a unique insight. With a single glance, one could tell that Lin Qi had already entered the core formation stage. Lin Qi and another young man walked side by side. This young man was about 18 years old, and his features were somewhat similar to Lin Qi's. He remembered something he had heard in the past. Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Lin Zhua, Lin Qi's brother. He was the #1 youth of the Lin family. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Lin Qi also saw Duan Lingtian. He spoke to the youth beside him, and the two of them walked over. This scene fell into the eyes of the other young geniuses on the star observation platform. Duan Lingtian. Lin Qi greeted Duan Lingtian. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head. This is my brother, Lin Zhua. Brother, he's Duan Lingtian. After Lin Qi introduced Lin Zhua to Duan Lingtian, he introduced Duan Lingtian to Lin Zhua. Duan Lingtian, I've heard my brother mention you long ago. Being able to defeat him, who is at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, while only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. What a surprise! Lin Zhua lightly smiled at Duan Lingtian. I've heard of your name long ago as well, the #1 youth of the Lin family. Nice to meet you, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the Li family's martial meet, you were able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Is it true? Lin Qi's eyes flickered as he stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if he wanted to see something from Duan Lingtian's eyes, but he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian only smiled mysteriously. From the beginning until the end, his eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well without the slightest change. Little Qi, whether it's true or not will naturally become clear when the gathering begins. Are you still worried that you won't have the chance to see it? Compared to Lin Qi, Lin Zhua was much calmer. Lin Zhua and Lin Qi quickly bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and walked towards another empty pergola. This Duan Lingtian seems to really not be simple. Could it be that the rumors are true? Even Lin Zhua took the initiative to greet him. His face is really big. Yeah, Lin Zhua didn't even pay attention to the #1 youth of the Li family, Li Qing, and directly went to greet Duan Lingtian. Didn't they say that Lin Zhua's younger brother, Lin Qi, was defeated by Duan Lingtian? Why isn't there the slightest smell of gunpowder when the two of them meet? You don't understand. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Who knows? They might already be friends. Makes sense. These young geniuses from the ordinary families of Aurora City whispered in discussion. Humph. Li Qing heard these words, and his expression became even gloomier. Li Qing, this is a good opportunity for you. You can seize this opportunity to cripple that Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly, Lin had arrived by Li Qing's side and instigated. What I do isn't up to you to tell me what to do. Fuck off. Li Qing's gaze and voice went cold. Li An's expression froze. He took a deep breath before turning around and leaving. Li An's expression was incomparably unsightly. As one of the leading figures of the Li family's younger generation, he had his own pride. Ever since he started cultivating, Li Xiao had always suppressed him among his peers in the Li family. He had long since been dissatisfied with Li Qing. Now that Li Qing had humiliated him like this, killing intent couldn't help but arise in his heart. Duan Lingtian's sharp senses felt another killing intent. When he raised his head to look, Duan Lingtian saw Lian leave from Li Qing's side. The killing intent originated from Lian and was directed at Li Qing. This Lian isn't easy to deal with. Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart. Although, in terms of strength, Li Qing surpassed Lian. But in terms of the degree of danger, Li Qing couldn't compare to Lian. For example, if Li Qing was a wild wolf, then Lian was a venomous snake that lay dormant in the dark. The latter was even more terrifying than the former. Suddenly, The star observation platform was in an uproar. Xiaolon has arrived. She's one of the three great beauties of Aurora City, along with Li Fei and Lin Yuhuan. Her reputation is well-deserved. Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. The burning gazes of the youths descended onto the young girl that was walking over from afar. The young girl's soft and smooth long hair was like a waterfall that flowed down and danced with the wind. Her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to have been meticulously sculpted. In the hazy morning mist, the young girl seemed to have transformed into a fairy that had descended from the heavens. Duan Lingtian's gaze was also attracted by the young girl that was walking over from afar. Xiaolon. He'd heard of this name before. One of the three great beauties of Aurora City, along with Li Fei. At the beginning, he didn't really believe it. In his opinion, no matter if it was Ke or Li Fei, they were both rare beauties that could cause the downfall of a city. Other women were definitely unable to compare to them. But after seeing Xiaolon today, Duan Lingtian realized his mistake. This Xiaolan's beauty was indeed not inferior to Li Fei's. Xiaolon looked to be around 18 years old. Her movements were elegant, her smile was like a flower, and her every frown and smile revealed an extraordinary charm. If it was said that Li Fei was a red rose, charming like fire, Xiaolon was a snow lotus, growing out of the mud without being tainted. The two women's appearances were about the same, but their temperaments were completely different. They were two extremes. What a well-bred young lady! Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Suddenly Duan Lingtian felt pain in his thigh and couldn't help but cry out. Only then did he realize that Li Fei was angrily staring at him, her hand fiercely pinching his thigh. "Didn't you say that you don't care about other women?" Li Fei was a bit annoyed. "Good fare. Everyone loves beauty. Hurry up and take your hand away. I won't look any more." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, but his heart was blooming with joy. Li Fei's attitude undoubtedly showed that she was jealous. In other words, although she didn't want to admit it on the surface, in her heart, she had already tacitly acknowledged that he was her man. Otherwise, why would she be jealous for him? In his previous life, Duan Lingtian knew a woman's thoughts like the back of his hand. Humph! Li Fei snorted in dissatisfaction before letting go of her hand. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the young girl beside Xiaolon. Compared to Xiaolon, this young girl was overshadowed. It wasn't that she was very ugly. In terms of looks, she was definitely on the same level as Li Shirshir. It was just that compared to Xiaolon, she was inferior by quite a bit. Duan Lingtian saw that Xiaolon and Li Shirshir walked towards the innermost gazebo. At this time, Xiao Yu went up to greet them. Reaching out, he held Xiao Lan's hand and brought her into the gazebo. So she's one of Xiao Yu's people, but these guys still dare to look at beautiful women without restraint. Aren't they afraid that Xiao Yu will find trouble with them? Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of most of the youths on the observatory were still on Xiaolan. Only your thoughts are so complicated. Xiao Yu and Xiaolan are biological siblings, twin siblings. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Twin siblings? For some reason, after hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian actually heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The young girl beside Xiaolan doesn't seem to be simple either. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the young girl beside Xiaolan. He could confirm that this young girl around the age of 17 wasn't a body-tempering stage martial artist, but had already stepped into the core formation stage. Of course, she's the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yin, the former #1 disciple of the Xiao clan's outer court, a figure on par with our Li family's Li Kuang and Lin family's Lin Qi. Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. He remembered now. When he had fought with Lin Qi had mentioned this Xiao Yin. After a while, everyone had arrived. At this time, as the host, Xiao Yu stepped out and arrived at the center of the observatory. Everyone, before the gathering begins, I have a piece of good news to tell everyone. This year, our Aurora City's 3 great clans have taken out many good things as rewards for the young geniuses that are ranked on this year's Hidden Dragon ranking. Xiao Yu slowly said. On the observatory, the sound of many hurried breathing could be heard, especially those young geniuses that didn't come from the 3 great clans. All of their eyes shone, and they lost their composure. Seeing the scene, Duan Lingtian could understand. The 3 great clans of Aurora City practically monopolized all the profiteering industries in Aurora City. The other small clans could only pick up the scraps. To these young geniuses of the small clans, the rewards they received from being ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking was something that their clans might not be able to provide even if they exhausted all their resources. Young Master Yu, what are the rewards? Please tell us about them. Yeah, Child Yu, we all want to know. The young geniuses from the various small clans all spoke out. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. Chapter 69. Li Qing's voice wasn't soft. Instantly, all the young geniuses from the small clans glared angrily at Li Qing. What, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let the gathering begin. You're welcome to challenge me. Li Qing turned a blind eye to these furious gazes. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the scene. This Li Qing really thinks he's invincible in the distance. Lian had a face full of disdain when he saw the scene. Boorish fellow, Lian muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Since everyone wants to know, then I'll tell you. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, he attracted the gazes of all the young geniuses present. Duan Lingtian was no exception. He didn't participate in this gathering of geniuses for fame. He wasn't the slightest bit interested in the Hidden Dragon list. What he cared about was the actual rewards. After discussion between the patriarchs of our 3 great clans, the first place of this year's Hidden Dragon list will receive 3 sets of high-grade, profound, rank martial skills, 10 origin increasing pills, 10 grade 8 gold injury pills, 3 stocks of 300-year-old blood lingji, and 300,000 silver. Xiao Yu had just spoken of the rewards for the first place of the Hidden Dragon list. On the star observation platform, the sound of people drawing in a breath of cold air rose and fell. The rewards this time were a lot better than the previous time. Seems like it's not bad. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a greedy light flashed within. 3 sets of high-grade, profound, rank martial skills, no matter where they were extremely valuable items. The origin increasing pill was a medicinal pill used by core formation martial artists to increase their cultivation, and was extremely precious. Grade 8 gold injury pills. Even the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town only had 2. After using one on Duan Lingtian, there was only 1 left. It could be seen how precious it was. 3 stocks of 300-year-old blood lingji was enough to greatly increase the level of a defensive martial skill. 300,000 silver was even more practical. It's not bad, but you have to be able to obtain it first. Li Fei struck a blow. Little Fei, if I can get first place in this Hidden Dragon ranking, you'll be my wife. How about that? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Let's talk about it when you're really first. Li Fei said indifferently, although Duan Lingtian's strength was very strange. However, in Li Fei's opinion, he was at most slightly stronger than Li Qing. He might even be inferior to Lin Zhua from the Lin clan, let alone Xiao Yu from the Xiao clan. Of course, she also believed that Duan Lingtian would definitely surpass Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu in the future. After all, Duan Lingtian was only 16 years old this year. Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu were 2 years older than him. If it was the next Hidden Dragon list, ranking a year from now, she believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to be ranked first. She was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances this year. Then I'll take that as a yes. Duan Lingtian smiled. His burning gaze once again fell on Li Fei's hot and delicate body. His lower abdomen felt a burst of heat, and he had a reaction again. What an alluring little vixen. Aren't you being a little unfair? Li Fei's pair of clear eyes revealed a sly smile. Then what do you think is fair? Duan Lingtian asked. If you can't get first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking, then no matter what rank you are in the Hidden Dragon ranking, all your rewards will be given to me. Li Fei blinked her clear eyes with an expression that said, Let's see if you dare to agree. Little Fei, you're really greedy. If I marry you in the future, I won't have to worry about losing anything. All right, I agree. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Hearing Duan Lingtian agree, the smile on Li Fei's face completely froze. This miser actually agreed? Could it be that he was really confident? Or perhaps he was still concealing his strength? At this instant, Li Fei's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Little Fei, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei's indeterminate expression and asked vigilantly, Humph. Wait until you really get first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Li Fei grunted. At this moment, the mood of the group of young geniuses on the star observation platform eased up slightly. Child you, what are the other 2 people in the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon ranking rewarded? Another person asked. The people in the 2nd and 3rd place of the Hidden Dragon ranking this time can obtain 2 sets of high-grade profound rank martial skills, 5 origin increasing pills, 5 grade 8 gold injury pills, 2 stocks of 300-year-old blood Lingji, and 200,000 silver. Xiao Yu continued, although the rewards of the 2nd and 3rd place were greatly discounted compared to the rewards of the 1st. But to most of the people present, it was still filled with temptation. As for the other 7 young geniuses that are ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, they will also obtain a set of high-grade, profound, rank martial skills, 3 origin increasing pills, 3 grade 8 gold injury pills, 1 stock of 300-year-old blood Lingji, and 100,000 silver. Xiao Yu continued. Battle intent rose up everywhere on the star observation platform. As long as they were ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, besides being able to become famous in Aurora City, they would also be able to obtain such generous rewards. Everyone rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. Now the gathering begins. After Xiao Yu announced, he returned to the innermost pergola in the star observation platform and fought side by side with his sister, Xiaolan. Brother, if there are no accidents, the first place of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking will surely be you. Xiao Lan lightly smiled like an orchid in an empty valley. If it was a month ago, I'm sure that there wouldn't be any accidents. But now, there's an unknown variable. Xiao Yu shook his head. His gaze directly descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He is? Xiao Lan looked over as well. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's gaze focused and battle intent rose up from his body. Duan Lingtian? The 9th level body tempering martial artist that was ranked 2nd in the Li clan martial meet? According to the rumors, it's said that he's able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Brother, don't you think it's too exaggerated? Xiao Lan analyzed. Lan, since there are rumors, then they aren't groundless. Moreover, there were so many Li clan members who saw it with their own eyes. How could it be fake? Moreover, you should understand my intuition. It has never been wrong. Xiao Yu slowly said. Brother, could it be? Slight shock appeared on Xiao Lan's peerlessly beautiful face. She was extremely clear about the intuition of this twin brother of hers, and it could be said to be a miraculous ability that he was born with. Since she was young, the intuition of this twin brother of hers had never been wrong. Exactly, my intuition tells me that he's extremely dangerous, and even Linjua is unable to compare to him. Xiao Yu nodded. But he seems to be only 16. Xiao Lan's beautiful face slightly flushed red, and her breathing became slightly hurried. So what if he's 16? In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many young geniuses that stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 16. It's not strange for an exception like Duan Lingtian to appear. Xiao Yu said, Brother Yu, Didn't this Duan Lingtian lose to Li Qing in the Li clan martial meet? At this moment, Xiao Yun, who stood beside Xiao Lan, couldn't help but speak. I heard about it too. Xiao Lan nodded as well. Lost to Li Qing? Who told you that? That was because he admitted defeat himself. Xiao Yu shook his head, as if he knew the situation of the Li clan martial meet like the back of his hand. If he could defeat Li Qing, why would he admit defeat? Xiao Yun was slightly unconvinced. Little Yun, let me ask you. If our Xiao clan martial meet was won by a branch family disciple with a different surname, what would happen? Xiao Yu didn't directly answer Xiao Yun, and instead asked a question. Brother, you mean? Someone made Duan Lingtian admit defeat? Xiao Lan reacted at the first moment. That's my guess. Xiao Yu nodded. Brother Yu, everything you've said is just your guess. Xiao Yun was still somewhat unconvinced. In her entire life, she only acknowledged one person in the martial Tao, and that was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu made her feel inferior. But now, Xiao Yu said that someone's strength might surpass him, and it was even a 16-year-old youth. She found it hard to accept. Little Yun, whether my guess is correct or not, you'll know very soon. Xiao Yu lightly shook his head and didn't argue with Xiao Yun. Currently, on the star observation platform, there was a young genius from a small clan who had already won 3 rounds in a row. Is there anyone else who wants to battle me? The youth looked at the surroundings and slowly said, I'll do it. A Xiao clan youth flew out and confronted the youth. Quickly, the two of them made their moves. In just a single move, the Xiao clan youth defeated the youth. Thank you. The Xiao clan youth cupped his hands. This Xiao Yong was ranked 5th in the Xiao clan martial meet a month ago. In other words, among the 5 Xiao clan geniuses that came today, his strength is the weakest. As expected of a disciple of a large clan, even the weakest one is so strong. Looks like I don't have a chance to enter the hidden dragon list. Being able to witness the competition between the young geniuses of the 3 great clans can be considered a good gain. Some of the young geniuses from small clans were somewhat discouraged. Of course, there were also some young geniuses from small clans who were filled with battle intent and went up to challenge Xiao Yong. Quickly, Xiao Yong defeated another 3 people. This Xiao Yong's strength isn't bad. He's not inferior to Li Zhong. Li Fei smiled. Not bad. Duan Lingtian yawned. Didn't you sleep enough last night? Li Fei was dazed. Without a wife to hug, naturally I didn't sleep enough. Duan Lingtian laughed wickedly. Rogue. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian. In this short period of time, Xiao Yong had defeated another person. Is there anyone else who wants to battle with me? Xiao Yong said courteously. I'll do it. A voice sounded out from a pavilion on the star observation platform. A green-clothed youth around the age of 18 walked out. The youth had a sturdy figure and a simple and honest appearance. If one only looked at his appearance, one would feel that he was an honest person. However, if one looked carefully, one would notice that the youth's eyes were incomparably lively and occasionally flickered with a crafty brilliance. Brother, what's your name? Xiao Yong smiled lightly as he asked. Meng Quan. The youth blinked his eyes and said, Brother Meng Quan, please give me your guidance. Xiao Yong got into a fighting stance. Duan Lingtian was originally a little sleepy, but after seeing Meng Quan, his spirit was aroused. What's different about this Meng Quan? Seeing Duan Lingtian like this, Li Fei asked curiously. Interesting. Xiao Yong is about to lose. Duan Lingtian smiled. What did you see? Li Fei asked. Call me Brother Tian, and I'll tell you. Pei, in your dreams, rogue. Damn rogue. Chapter 70. Just when Duan Lingtian's spirit was shaken. This Meng Quan isn't simple. Xiao Yu's expression became serious as well. Brother Yu, you wouldn't be trying to say that this person's strength is as strange as Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yun didn't mind. Right at this moment, Meng Quan and Xiao Yong had already started exchanging blows. Whoosh! Xiao Yong's figure moved, as if transforming into a falling leaf, lightly flashing towards Meng Quan. Profound, rank, middle-grade movement technique, leaf dance steps. Why would a grown man cultivate a woman's movement technique? Meng Quan shook his head. Stomp! His legs shook, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, meeting Xiao Yong head-on. His speed surpassed Xiao Yong's by a level. Whirlwind palm. Xiao Yong's gaze focused, and while flying, he struck out with his palm after accumulating strength, his origin energy raging. Barbaric ox fist. Meng Quan struck out with his fist, his origin energy exploding, giving rise to a formless wave of air that met Xiao Yong's palm. Above the two of them, two ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out, and with a bang they collided together. Meng Quan's body slightly trembled. Ah! Xiao Yong let out a shrill cry as he flew out. I'm not your match. Xiao Yong slowly stood up, nodded his head towards Meng Quan, and retreated, wholeheartedly convinced. Hee, thank you for letting me win. Meng Quan scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. However, his pair of eyes that flickered with a bright light had obviously betrayed him. You could tell earlier that Xiao Yong wasn't his match. Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to obtain an answer from Duan Lingtian's face. This Meng Quan concealed his cultivation, but his true strength is probably not inferior to Li Qing's. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at Meng Quan. Because of the existence of origin energy, it was difficult for others to see through the cultivation of martial artists at the core formation stage and above from the surface. One could only roughly judge the martial artist's strength through the ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed from the energy of heaven and earth. However, Duan Lingtian, who had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, was equivalent to Emperor Wu of Samsara being alive. He had a unique foresight. He was able to discern that Meng Quan wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. The feeling that Meng Quan gave him was similar to that of Xiao Yu, Lin Zhuo, and Li Qing. Second level of the core formation stage. Even though he's able to defeat Xiao Yong, that only shows that his martial skills level is high. Up until now, he's only utilized the strength of two ancient mammoths. How did you see through his concealed cultivation? Li Fei obviously didn't believe him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not argue with Li Fei. It wouldn't take long for the facts to prove everything. So that's how it is. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Obviously, he'd discerned something as well. Xiao Yong, you're really useless. Xiao Yan's beautiful eyebrows knit as her figure flashed and gracefully landed near Meng Quan. This scene caused Xiao Yu to be unable to help himself from bitterly laughing. Brother, can Xiao Yan defeat him? The nearby Xiao Lan asked in a light voice. According to my estimations, amongst the young geniuses on the star observation platform, there are at most 3 people that have the confidence to defeat him, even to the extent that there might not even be 3 people. Xiao Yu shook his head. Xiao Lan's beautiful and refined face was shocked. She never expected that besides Duan Lingtian, there would be another person that obtained such a high evaluation from her brother. Big guy, I'll fight you. Xiao Yun shouted in a delicate voice. Woman? I don't bully women. Meng Quan frowned. You. Xiao Yin was angered to the point her face flushed red and her delicate body trembled. This Meng Quan, does he really think that he's invincible just because he defeated Xiao Yong? A month ago, during the Xiao clan's martial meet, Xiao Yong wasn't a match for Xiao Yin either. He actually dares to look down on Xiao Yin. This country, Bumpkin, probably doesn't even know Xiao Yin. When did the Meng clan have such a person? Some of the young geniuses from small clans started to discuss. Go die! Xiao Yin shouted in a delicate voice as her graceful figure seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Meng Quan. In terms of speed, she was much faster than Xiao Yong and could even be compared with Meng Quan's speed. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. He didn't dare look down on Xiao Yun and went up to her. Reckless ox fist. This time, Meng Quan and Xiao Yun were evenly matched when they collided head-on. This Xiao Yun's strength isn't bad. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That's natural. In the younger generation of the Xiao clan, her talent isn't inferior to Xiao Lan's. Li Fei said. Then how about compared to you? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. More or less, Li Fei said again. Xiao Yun is about to lose. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed Meng Quan's small movements and his brows raised. This guy finally couldn't hold back anymore. He could clearly see that the origin energy on Meng Quan's fist had increased explosively in an instant and had already surpassed the scope of the first level of the core formation stage. But it still hadn't reached the second level of the core formation stage and hadn't drawn upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop a third ancient mammoth silhouette. But even so, it wasn't something that Xiao Yun could compare to. Reckless ox fist. Meng Quan attacked once again with a momentum like thunder. Bang! Xiao Yun was pushed back. Her face was ghastly pale as she looked at Meng Quan with an expression of disbelief. She noticed that this big guy's strength seemed to have increased by a level in an instant, completely suppressing her and causing her to feel powerless. You let me win. Meng Quan grinned. Xiao Yun glared back at him before angrily returning to Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan's side. Good. All the young geniuses from the small clans couldn't help but cheer after revealing expressions of disbelief, even though they were protective of the fairer sex. But Meng Quan was a young genius from a small clan like them after all. Meng Quan's actions caused them to feel proud and elated. I'll go against you. A figure flew out. It was precisely Li Zhong. Although Li Zhong's strength wasn't bad, it was still difficult for him to withstand the might of Meng Quan's fist and was quickly defeated. All right, you guys play first. I'm going to rest for a bit. After defeating Li Zhong, Meng Quan returned to the pergola and picked up the tea and snacks prepared by the Xiao clan and started gulping them down. As time passed, most of the people on the star observation platform had already fought. Only a few people from the three great clans hadn't fought. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Whoosh! Li Fei flew out and landed in the center of the star observation platform, attracting numerous burning gazes. In terms of appearance, Li Fei and Xiao Lan were similar. However, the two of them were of completely different types. Compared to Xiao Lan's fairy-like, otherworldly beauty, Li Fei was the other extreme. She, who had a devilish figure and an angelic face, was even more attractive to men. Xiao Lan. Li Fei's gaze fell on Xiao Lan as she challenged her. Both of them were the three great beauties of Aurora City. None of them were willing to submit to the other and wanted to surpass the other in a certain aspect. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Two of the three great beauties of Aurora City sparring. This was a rare scene. They all felt that this trip wasn't in vain. Xiao Lan moved gracefully and stood in confrontation with Li Fei. As the two beauties stood together, the atmosphere on the star observation platform calmed down. No one was willing to disturb this beautiful scene. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss the battle between the two girls as he watched without blinking. Fleeting shadow. Li Fei moved like a red rose that flew out with a speed as fast as lightning. Cloud soaring steps. Xiao Lan moved as well, her otherworldly figure seeming faintly discernible. Above the heads of the two girls, there were two ancient mammoth silhouettes galloping out as if cheering for them. In terms of speed, the two girls were equally matched. Meteor fist. Li Fei's delicate fist smashed down, releasing origin energy that transformed into numerous fist silhouettes that were like falling meteors. It was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Cloud pushing palm. Xiao Lan's palm swept out and a formless airwave spread out. Her origin energy spilled out as if transforming into lumps of white clouds that seemed calm, but actually contained killing intent. Bang! Amidst the numerous fist silhouettes, Li Fei's real fist blasted out, giving rise to a series of light explosions. Hua! Behind the lumps of clouds, Xiaolan's slender hand appeared and a palm that was suffused with origin energy descended. Bang! Fist and palm collided. The two girls' figures paused and retreated 3 steps at the same time. They saw Li Fei's figure move, seeming to want to continue attacking. Little Fei, let's end it like this. If we continue fighting, we'll be evenly matched. Why don't we stop and rest? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian, but she knew that what Duan Lingtian said was the truth. Exactly, the two of you are considered to be evenly matched. If you go head-on, then both of you will suffer in the end. Xiaoyu stood out and lightly smiled. Are you worried that I'll injure her? After returning to Duan Lingtian's side, Li Fei asked with a questioning tone. I'm innocent. I absolutely don't have such thoughts. I'm only afraid that she'll injure you and affect your ranking on the hidden dragon list. Duan Lingtian hurriedly explained. Really? Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. Of course. Duan Lingtian said resolutely. That Meng Quan. Suddenly, Li Fei raised her head and looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. Meng Quan, who had eaten his fill, burped and once again returned to the center of the star observation platform. His gaze descended onto a proud and aloof figure in the distance. That's right, don't doubt it, it's you. Li Qing, right? Didn't you say that we're all country bumpkins, and we can challenge you if we're unconvinced? I'll now represent us country bumpkins and challenge you, the genius of the Li clan. Meng Quan was precisely speaking to Li Qing. Li Qing's face sank. He took a step forward. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled into a cold smile, as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Why speak so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. Meng Quan had an impatient expression. Good, very good. Very soon, I'll make you regret your current choice. Li Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Whoosh! Li Qing's figure flashed towards Meng Quan, and 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form in the air above him. His speed was shockingly swift. I've long since heard that the #1 disciple of the Li clan's younger generation, Li Qing, has cultivated the high-grade, profound, rank movement technique, swimming dragon steps, to the mastery stage. Seeing it today, it really does live up to its reputation. Meng Quan's courage deserves praise for daring to challenge him. But unfortunately, in front of Li Qing, who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, he's still not enough. No matter what, Meng Quan has fought for us. The young geniuses of the small clans whispered in discussion. I finally have a decent opponent, Meng Quan said lazily as his body moved along with him. Whoosh! Instantly, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him as well. Stomp! Meng Quan's leg stomped on the ground, as if transforming into a cannonball whose speed wasn't inferior to Li Qing's as he moved to greet Li Qing. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths on the star observation platform. Besides Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu, everyone else was dumbstruck.